will open up the hearing. Representative Umberger will be joining us. Chairman Umberger will be joining us a little later. She had a doctor's appointment she was heading to first thing, and we will have her pleasure to be here soon. With that, I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd ask Representative Chandler to lead us in that, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would like to open up for public comment. If anyone from the public wants to say something at this time, there'll also be an opportunity at the end of the meeting. Is there anyone that wishes to? Yes, Mr. Brown, just state your name, please.
Steve Brown from Wakefield. Could you remind us what the people of Carroll County received in return for the now proposed $28.3 million in taxation from the people, the Carroll County government?
Well, I thank you for the question. I don't know how well I can answer such a question. I'm sure the good people of Carroll County would like to know that their money is being spent well and that it's furthering the needs of the programs that are necessary to be provided by the county, and to the best of my knowledge, that's happening. Further?
Something else, as far as the, excuse me, the RSA 29A2 request on the agenda, it has been recently, and it's on video, the chairman of the Board of Commissioners admits to the fact that in non-public session, there was discussion about a truck and removing county documents. Under the RSA, I would suggest that that is wanton and reckless, and the taxpayers of Carroll County should not have to fund representation, and the commissioners certainly do not deserve indemnification.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else with public input at this point? Hearing none, we will move on with our agenda. Has the delegation seen the minutes from December 16th? And anyone have any corrections, additions, or deletions that they'd like to bring forward at this time?
I move to accept the minutes.
Motion to accept the minutes. A second. Second by Lavender, Representative Lavender. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Nay. Unanimous. We will move on to review of subcommittee progress on the budget. Anyone looking to go first? Where's Elaine?
Oh, it's Crawford.
Crawford, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's quite all right. The subcommittee for sheriff and dispatch met on January 13th. I gave you a draft of the minutes from that meeting. We had a long discussion about the grant that the sheriff has applied for Homeland Security. And without having year-end figures at that time, a lot of the discussion centered around that per se, because we were, it's a $900,000 grant, and we were wondering where that was going to appear in the budget. And because we wouldn't hear on the granting of that grant until probably the end of March, I think what I wanted to do, and I hope the committee agrees with me, is to bring it to the delegation on where and why and how we should place that. And I bring it up now especially because I was reading in the paper yesterday about Belknap County with their Homeland Security grant, and there was a lot of discussion about where it should or shouldn't appear in the budget, and it's a grant that they've already started spending. So I know there was a representative from Belknap that was upset that it wasn't in the budget. And so I really am looking for some direction on how the delegation and the commissioners want to go ahead with that. And as far as the rest of the budget, to be honest with you, we only met that once, and we were really waiting for year-end figures, and now that we have the year-end figures, we'll have another committee meeting, subcommittee meeting, to really address a lot of issues that, you know, we could not address because of year-end figures.
Thank you, Representative Kraft. Does any delegation questions? Yes, Representative Merrow.
On your draft of your minutes, you indicate down here no strings attached with a question mark. Now, I've never really seen the government do anything without strings.
I understand.
So I'd like to know what they are.
You know, I asked the sheriff, I said, free money, and then we all said, no, there's never free money, and he didn't seem to think there were any strings attached to it, so I couldn't answer that question for you, Representative.
There's not.
Yes, follow up.
There's not, I guess you haven't seen the grant proposal yet, but isn't it, I would think in the grant proposal or in the papers that you signed for that, it would indicate what strings were attached. And I hope somebody takes a close look at it.
We will.
We've gotten caught on that.
We will, because we didn't have the proposal in front of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli, you had a question?
Not a question, thank you, Mr. Chairman, but this did come up in our subcommittee meeting, which deals with capital expenditures as well as the commissioners and administration. And I believe the budget contains $300,000 in capital expenditures for the dispatch system. And there was a feeling, I believe, that that $300,000 should be replaced by a $1 placeholder because $300,000 is not the real figure anyway. It's more like $900,000. And it's unknown if we're going to get the grant. And by putting the $300,000 in the budget, it's just going to increase appropriations and the amount to be raised by taxes. So we felt that a $1 placeholder would be sufficient there, and that if and when the grant comes to fruition, then we could vote on acceptance of the grant or some procedure like that to deal with grants separately outside the budget.
Comment, Representative Kraft?
Yes, thank you. If that is the case, and I see we do have the dollar in there, and that was part of the discussion, if we receive the grant after we finalize the budget, then would we not have to have some type of special hearing to accept that money? And that's where the controversy in Belknap County has arisen, so I just want to make sure that we do it right.
Good, thank you. Representative Butler, did you have a question? I didn't mean to catch you midstream. No.
Yeah.
Representative?
Thank you for recognizing me. I think that what it comes down to is that we have, as a delegation, the ability to appropriate funds and for them to be spent. If, so we would indeed have to have a separate meeting to allow that separate appropriation. Putting it in before the grant has been, recognized would be certainly an issue, especially if it's not offsetting revenue. But we don't have any statutory authority to oversee the revenue. So if we put in the revenue and offset it with the expense and we don't receive the revenue, it still statutorily gives the commissioners the right to spend the money because we appropriated it. So that's why it would behoove us to make sure that, both sides of that transaction are in place before we were to appropriate the money.
Any other questions from the delegation? I'll move to the commissioners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Originally, it was in his operating budget, and we felt it should go into capital expenditures. So we took it out of his budget and put it there. And we also had put it on the revenue side as against the expense side to balance it out. Right now, there's only $1 in it. You're correct.
Any questions of the commissioners for, ask the High Sheriff, is there anything you'd like to say?
No, the only thing is, we did place a call to see if there was any news to give on the grant at this point. And we are still in the running. There were 17 applications in all throughout the state. And they will not probably be having their meeting until March to
Yeah, that's correct.
have the first connection with who's getting tossed out or not. So I'm suspecting that the approval may not come until after the budget. What's that fund?
Sounds good. Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on a previous comment, I was wondering if it'd be possible to get copies of the grant application.
Sheriff, would it be possible
Yeah, I can probably provide that, yes.
as
Very
a,
lengthy.
as a PDF?
Sure.
Yeah.
That'd be preferable, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, no question there. Representative Cropper, is there anything else you'd like to add from your subcommittee at this point?
Not at this point, thank you.
Okay, for the record, Representative White has joined us in the meeting today. Move on to jail.
That's fine. Thank you,
Please.
Mr. Chairman. The jail subcommittee met on January 17th. In attendance, we had Commissioners Sorensen and Babson and myself, Representatives McConkey and Ticehurst. And the jail was represented by Assistant Jail Superintendent Jason Henry. We went through the budget line by line. I hope everyone received my minutes of that meeting. They were supposed to have been distributed. And I put in front of you today a response from Superintendent Johnson to those minutes. So you should have that in front of you. The bottom line here is that the overall jail budget is down slightly from the prior year, which is a good thing. A lot of our questions surfaced on issues that probably should be germane across all areas of the county budget. In particular, they were heating, electric, and the Social Security line, which the commissioners were going to look into. On the last line, which was an expense line for information technology, that line, and I'll comment on this, that line reflected a cost of $43,000, of which $23,000 of that was for new servers, which we requested should be on the capital line and then moved out of the expense line, which the jail superintendent has agreed to do. It also became apparent during that meeting, and I would just raise this as an issue to the commissioners, it seems to me that the procurement of that type of equipment is still being done on a department-by-department basis, and certainly does not seem to be utilizing what we had agreed upon would be the Information Technology Committee, which was supposed to have been formed. We believe there's opportunities there to perhaps save some money if, and a big emphasis on the word if, that committee is utilized. We also observed going forward that the jail is underutilized, and maybe that's an indication that the amount of bad people in Carroll County is less than our surrounding counties, which should be looked upon as a good thing. On a serious note, we have a jail capacity of 125 to 140, I was told, and we're averaging about 50 inmates at a time, plus or minus 2 or 3. And what we suggested to Assistant Superintendent Henry at the time was to come back to us with an explanation of how, A, we could increase the jail population by going outside of the county. That is there an opportunity to bring in inmates that would decrease our cost per prisoner? Recognizing that there is a fixed cost, whether we have 50 prisoners or 100 prisoners, which seemed like a good thing to do. Conversely, we asked the jail Assistant Superintendent Henry that failing that, was there an opportunity then to shut down a pod or two with a resultant decrease in the number of jail population, in effect, to run the jail more efficiently. Superintendent Johnson has responded to that, as you can see, and I think he makes a strong argument why the latter would not be a good idea based on the classification of prisoners. And I would defer to his judgment as to the type of people we get in there and, the degree of violence and what have you. But I would say to Jail Superintendent Johnson and to the commissioners, you really should pursue increasing that jail population if at all possible. I understand there's opportunities to bring in federal employees, maybe some female prisoners. If there's a lack of female prisoners in Carroll County, then perhaps we should outsource our entire female population to another jail. These are management issues, really not budgetary issues, but they certainly should be looked at. And I would hope that you would do so. My last comment, again, on the management side, is we looked at the, and this does affect expenses, we looked at the jail employees, and we had a turnover rate last year in the jail of 17 employees out of a universe, I believe, of 35. Which represents a turnover rate of approaching 50% of the jail guard population. Now, there's a message here that something's wrong here. And I don't have the wherewithal to know exactly what that is. I mean, the jail superintendent is suggesting that the salary structure is quite low. Clearly it is. Now, that may be a contributing factor to this. But I would suggest to the commissioners and to the superintendent that, and in cooperation with their HR manager, that some type of exit policy be done where we have an interview performed by someone without a bias so we can get some idea of why we are having a turnover rate approaching 50%. That turnover rate increases our overtime line, that turnover rate increases our training line. And when you have that amount of on-trained people, I suspect that there might be a liability issue in terms of the prison population because of the lack of training, etc. I wish I could wave a magic wand and fix that, but clearly that's an issue that needs to be addressed. If it turns out, and I would suggest this to the jail superintendent, that you can make a convincing case that $13 an hour is an insufficient amount of money to pay a jail guard, then I would suggest that the jail superintendent go back to the commissioners and present a case as to why that should be increased, if it in reality will reduce the turnover. Because there's no efficiency in that type of turnover rate. Other than that, I commend the superintendent for bringing in in effect, a flat budget. Don't have an issue with that. The lines that are increased really are across the board for the county, like I said, heat, electricity, those type of things. And nothing we can do about that. That's about all I have. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Good report. Delegation have questions of Representative Schmitt? Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The training that the correctional officers receive, is it all police academy free training, or do we send them to, I don't know if they go to the academy for special certification, that they stay at the academy for a certain amount of time for training. Of course, the academy, I say free, we all pay for it in certain ways, but is there that type of training that they're receiving, or are they just, take the job and...
I'm going to let, they do go for certification, and I understand there's a $500 fee, but Superintendent Johnson, would you address that, please?
Thank you, Representative. We get our certification through the New Hampshire Association of Counties. The corrections officers are not certified by police standards and training. We're a total separate entity. We are required to attend a 5-week training academy. It's non-residential. And then from there, we're required under association rules to obtain 32 hours of continuing education to maintain that certification. In the budget presented before you, you also find that we're presenting an online training program, which will open up for the staff to obtain over somewhere around 400 hours of training, and that's in that budget. And with that being said, that training would hopefully reduce the overtime costs that the county experiences for the officers to receive training.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further follow-up?
Thank you. So the 5-week training that we provide with your association that you're speaking about certainly comes to a cost for the county, I'm assuming.
700?
Okay. And then the additional training. And so we train the correction officers and then they leave. Is that correct? In saying some of them, I'm not saying all of them.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we have any type of contract that we have with the employees so that, like, I know when I was a selectman in the town of Moultonborough, we have a contract for new officers. When we send them to the police academy, they sign a contract because it's a hefty amount of money that the town has to pay to send them there. And if they leave within so many years, I think the contract's 3 years or I'm trying to recall, 3 or they have to stay with the town for 3 or 5 years, whatever it might be. If they do not, then they have to pay that back. So I'm just wondering if we have that kind of contract for our correctional officers to sign if they're going to take the job so that they can be committed to the job if we're going to do that much training with them.
Thank you. Good question. Superintendent?
We have, we pay a annual dues to the New Hampshire Association of Counties, somewhere in the around about $2,000. That's countywide, and Commissioner, please correct me if I'm wrong. And then each certification for each officer costs $500. So that's the cost for sending the officer above and beyond their typical wage for attending the academy. We do not do a contract at this point. That's something that we have talked about, but we have not yet implemented. To go back to the point of doing exit interviews, I know we've tried to work with HR. They do a fantastic job of trying to collect the data. Just some of the folks that do leave just don't turn the data in. So we are trying to get that information for the delegation.
Thank you. Delegation have any questions, Superintendent, while we have them up? Representative Ahlgren.
Thank you. Yes, how many inmate days did we have for 2013?
Haven't got that data yet for your representative. I apologize because I know you asked that on a yearly basis.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I would as a follow-up to the committee, hopefully you may be having another meeting, but I asked for a metric of the cost per inmate stay, yearly cost. It was done, now Commissioner Babson provided that to me a couple years ago, but it is a metric that we can use to evaluate, what it costs us per year to house an inmate. It's very simple. You just take the amount of the expenditure. We got $3,096,000 and divide it by the number of inmate days, and you get how much it costs. And it's in our annual report. So from our annual reports, we can get that metric easily to see if it's going up or down. I have a funny feeling it might have gone up just because we have such a lack of inmate days.
You think?
Yeah. But even though the cost has gone down, which is commendable, but it does appear to me that our cost per inmate has increased.
So if I could summarize on that point, perhaps, we'll follow through on that subcommittee and get that information and get it passed along. Do you have further points?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. If I could, Superintendent, while I have you there, I know that in past years we had a very similar conversation that Representative Covers brought up, and I know in Moultonborough especially, I know some young officers that had to buy out their contracts from other towns to come to work for Moultonborough. Substantial money in training, thousands if not tens of thousands of dollars. So many times we have repeated conversations over the years in my 10 years plus that I've been here, that we keep rehashing the same thing. And I know that you haven't been here that same period of time, but it's certainly, I would hope that you would be able to get into that policy sooner than later, Superintendent, and perhaps the county could be a benefit of some of the money we're expending out to apparently other counties, so people are trained. So I would hope you'd look into that. Thank you, sir. Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, this isn't off the subject, but I had Kathy Armstrong put together a graph while the subcommittees are here looking what the cost of propane was last year at this time versus what it is now. So when you're considering your budget, you'll see there's about a 70-cent gallon increase over last year, and you might want to keep that in mind while you're reworking your budgets.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Schmitt, maybe you could help me with this question. With your review of the jail, did you discuss the security cameras at all? There was an appropriation in our budget last year for security cameras. And looking at the minutes and video tapes of meetings from last year, it looks to me like the cost might have exceeded what was budgeted for last year. And it was a concern to me also that they did not go out to bid for those new security cameras. And I had actually written to the commissioners asking for the justification for not going out to bid as required by the RSAs, and never got a response from them, which I think is a symptomatic problem. But I was wondering if the issue of the security cameras had come up in your discussions at all.
And the answer to that was no. We recommended that appropriation last year, which was approved by the delegation.
Right.
Now, how they were procured or when they were procured at the moment, I do not know. I assume they were. We also approved the purchase of a server upstairs, which probably falls into the same issue. Perhaps Superintendent Johnson could enlighten us.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, the cameras were installed last year as appropriated. No, it did not go out to bid. I requested the Board of Commissioners to waive the bid process because we had the company that had the service contract for our cameras and its entire security system do the installation. In fact, we came in somewhere around $700 under budget, and I will get those figures for you, and I can get them up to Representative Schmitt.
Thank you.
Okay.
Before I come to you, Representative Merrow, please.
Thank you. This deals with the security, basically, and I think probably the commissioners would get the question. I recently received a report that was done by a consultant who studied the break that you had from the jail.
If I could
Yeah.
hold you, it's a conversation we're going to have after the subcommittees.
Oh, okay.
Could I ask you just to hold
Yeah,
that?
that's fine, sure.
Yep, thank you. Representative.
Thank you. This may be a two-parter. I'm curious about the population level. It sounds like it's just a little bit above a third of what their capacity.
Correct.
Is that consistent throughout a great period of time, or is that something that's just this year, something people aren't getting?
Well, to answer your question, I have not, well, in the 2 cycles now that I have chaired the jail subcommittee, that population is pretty constant. I understand that this jail, and correct me if I'm mistaken here, but the population has been relatively flat. To give an example, if we compare ourselves to Belknap, Carroll County is running about a 50 to 55 inmate population. Belknap is running about 130. Just to give you an appreciation. Now, maybe that's because of their population or what have you. It's, I guess, not germane to Carroll County. But to get you where you're going with this, yeah, the inmate population is relatively flat and constant.
Representative Bright, you have follow-up?
Thank you. Well, with that in mind, have you discussed, you mentioned earlier outsourcing the female population. have you looked into the idea of outsourcing the entire population of the jail? And that would cut the budget for the jail down considerably.
I believe the county has a legal responsibility to operate a jail. Not a nursing home, but a jail.
But it doesn't have to have people.
It doesn't have to have people.
That's correct. You're right.
You know.
Thank you.
That's it. I also, and again, it never came up in our discussions, but clearly a lot of our inmates are in there for minor drug offenses, and it really doesn't take a rocket scientist to see the trend that's developing in terms of decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana or whatever. So frankly, I don't see our jail population increasing. If anything, it has the potential to decrease if and when anything along those lines passes the legislature, which may or may not happen. And then
Great, thank you. Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you for allowing me to ask or make my comment. And I just want to remind us that while the financial implications of this are very important to be taken very seriously, they're not the only consideration. We're also in the business of doing corrections because of corrections and the ability of inmates to form strong connections with their family and community are very important and difficult to do if you outsource.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Ahlgren.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. I think that also though, in combination with the legalization of marijuana and the likelihood of the population decreasing, also the monitoring of prisoners, so they are, on house arrest, so they're not incarcerated actually in the Department of Corrections. They're punished by wearing the anklets. That has increased, and so that in combination is another reason why we can expect that the population is not going to be on an increase, but still be flat or, perhaps a decrease. I do recall from my tenure, which was probably about 8 or 9 years ago, that we were running closer to 85 inmates a day, and in the not too distant past. So it has decreased significantly. Would also like to comment that the recognition of the fact that since we had this large capacity and we seem to have a seemingly fixed amount of cost to operate the jail, that the logical step would be, and you were astute for noticing, that we should be in the business of trying to bring some prisoners in and house for either federal or other counties. However, the commissioners have demonstrated that they have no appetite for that, and that urging has gone upon a deaf ear. So our real only statutory ability to force them to make that maneuver would be to cut their budget, so they would have the choice of outsourcing some of our employees, whether our inmates, whether they be the lower inmate population of need of care, or the higher, or the women, and then thusly they'd be able to reduce their staff. That would be a statutory way that we could do that. That would force their hand in that manner. Now that
motion?
No, but there seems to be no appetite for that. Perhaps what we would consider would be, a performance audit in the future to study this situation, to see if there is perhaps a solution that we're not able to see.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Cordelli. I'd like
Representative Butler.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that you were going there.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Rather than beat this horse further than it already has been beaten, I love the idea of getting some statistics so that we can look at it, whether it's a performance audit or however. In terms of cost per inmate, how do we compare? In Belknap County, with a population of 60,000, they have 132 inmates. Our population is supposedly for 48,000, and we have 50 inmates. What's the comparison? How is it the judiciary system? You know, it would be nice to have a sense of the picture in its fullness to really have this discussion in detail.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli, I'd like to move on here if we could.
Yeah, just a general question, if I might, to Representative Schmitt. The nursing salaries in the jail budget, are the nurses under the supervision and management of the jail, or are they employees of the nursing home possibly that are assigned to the jail, or how does that management and supervision and budgeting work?
I believe they are jail employees, yes.
Correct.
And they're hired on that, and I believe they're LPNs as opposed to RNs.
You have an RN and an LPN, I believe. Comment?
Yes, please. Just for information, I believe that the question about whether or not to take in federal prisoners has more to do with just an appetite. It also includes a very different set of regulations and requirements, so that need to be considered as well.
Thank you. Representative Schmitt.
Just in closing, to follow up with Representative Butler, might we ask the jail superintendent and the commissioners, I believe you have access to the other jail superintendents and the stats, to put together a document like that and return that to us within certainly no more than a couple of months, so we might look at that. Also, if you could, in that report, explain to the delegation what the pluses and minuses are of taking in a federal prisoner or getting him, so we could have an understanding of whether that's something we might want to do or not do, would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chandler? You don't want it from every county, do you? I'm just saying there are some of the counties we don't even come close to apples and apples. I would think the five that are sort of similar to our size, but I have Coas, Cheshire, Sullivan, maybe. I don't know, it's up to you, but Merrimack and Hillsborough and Rockingham.
I don't disagree with your point. You know, it would be let's compare apples to apples, I agree.
Thank you. Okay, with that,
Can I make
Commissioner?
a comment? Yes, I just want to make a comment, go back to the bid from the security jail. That morning, I received it on my desk, and I brought it up. We read it quick, and we did waive the bid. The board waived the bid. After we waived it, I read it again. I realized there were no numbers, there were no amount in it. And I called the jail, and I believe they told me it was $28,000. And I went back the following week, and I told the board that we actually passed a waiver bid without having any amount in it, and actually wanted to correct it. And I made the motion again, but they didn't want to reconsider it.
thank you. No, it's coming up, shortly. So, I expect a spirited conversation. Yeah. Okay, with that, we'll move on. And having heard a lot of comment in the past, I must say, Representative Wright, your thought of closing the facility and sending people elsewhere, I thought was a good observation. If we could move on to the nursing home, Representative Ahlgren, please.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Well, I'm going to begin my presentation with a bit of an apology. We don't have written typed up minutes for you, but we did take minutes, and Representative Nelson is going to provide us with a brief summary of the minutes from our two meetings that we had over the past few weeks.
Thank you.
First of all, never volunteer to take minutes. Second,
you'll find no one else does.
Due to, if anybody's following the paper, we have a series of issues going on in Brookfield, and that took me away from actually typing them up. But the meeting was called to order, etc. Revenues, the highlights, revenues are down $830,000, give or take a little bit. And this was caused by lower rates in state and county funds coming in. These numbers are unknown at this time due to people setting, the state, for example, setting budgets and what they will pay. The old nursing home came under, what we're doing with the old nursing home was a topic. Mr. Babson was concerned that we were not they were not told what to do with it. The discussion followed, and it appeared that everybody had a different idea of what we were actually decided to do at that time. And it was suggested that Mrs. Umberger, Representative Umberger, come up with, or let us know what's happening.
Thank you.
And Representative Butler asked that we clarify that. The thing was reviewed, the whole budget. 90% of the people are in the nursing home, the employees are unionized, all by one union. The negotiations are still underway, so the figures for the negotiated pay raises, if there are any, I assume there will be, has not been decided in the proposed budget at this point. The farm produce was discussed in detail. The kitchen does buy the produce from the farm, and they buy it at the going rate, pay at the going rate. A discussion was held also as to options to that, including possibly letting the public use some of the farmland and giving a percentage of their produce to the nursing home to use. Let's see. The cost of the Family Leave Act for employees was explained in detail, and as with any of these, the cost of substitutes or some take their place was a very key important area. It's going to be very expensive, and the number going on to that is unknown from year to year. 20% of the employees pay 20% of the health care expenses. Let's see, that's it. The cost of overtime versus paying employee overtime versus per diem was explained in detail. And at times it does not pay to hire subs, either, for example, for RNs because they're not available. And for the LPNs, sometimes it varies because of the people skills or patient skills that somebody will come in with. How we discussed the possible gradual increase in rates for the coming year for new patients. That was it. Again, I apologize for not having them typed, and I can send those out this afternoon because I have a little time to type them up.
Thank you, Representative Moss.
And I'll pass it back to the chairman.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Any further comment?
Yes, as to highlight some of the issues in general from the nursing home was that the expenses were up slightly in the amount of $87,000 out of a total of a $12 million expenditure. So it's the expenditures were only budgeted up 0.72%, but unfortunately the revenues have been projected to be almost basically $238,000 less, which is 2.2% less, which means that the net budget effect is $325,000 more impact on the tax rate than the previous year. As we looked into the patient mix, we found that there's basically three types of residents at the Mountain View community. There's those that are on Medicaid, that pay through Medicaid. There's those who pay through Medicare, and those who pay privately. We, last year, and through the course of the process of working out the admissions policy, we have set a goal of a client mix of 65% Medicaid, 10% Medicare, and 25% private. Those current numbers are running around 71% Medicaid, 5% Medicare, and 24% private. So the Medicare reimbursement rate per day is quite a bit more than the Medicaid. So and the revenue projections were based on our previous year actuals. So what we're going to do, and we're in the process of doing, is take a little closer look at our revenue streams with using a little more of a progressive approach in the revenues that we project, based on the fact that we now have a policy in effect for a full year that may help us achieve that client mix ratio, which would in turn mean that we'll be able to increase our revenue projection such that we'll end up with at least a budget neutral type of situation to come back with you with our resolve. So mostly, there's really not a whole lot to do about the expenses. There was only up $87,000, in their $12, $13 million budget. But it does really look like we're going to be able to increase the budgeted revenues in order to offset that decrease that, the budget came in with. We also are looking forward to one of the charges that we gave the Mountain View community last year was they were not to hire any additional full-time employees. So we are going to receive from them a count last year versus this year to ensure the fact that they have not increased their number of full-time employees. Because we did increase the number of hours in a couple of departments by 16 hours a week with the codicil that it would not mean that we were taking someone who is part-time and turn that person into a full-time employee who is eligible for benefits. And we're also breaking that down by department to see if we can analyze the part-time versus full-time mix in each department. For instance, the food service is about 50-50, part-time and full-time, as far as their mixture, which I believe is pretty good. But we want to look at each department, housekeeping, the LNAs, the nursing, and to look at their mixes there. And the reason is because that the benefits package for the employees can be easily $2,000 a month, which is, it's $500 a week, and which is $12 an hour. So as you can see, the difference between somebody working part-time that doesn't have the benefits package, who's making $12 an hour, if they do have the benefits package, they are in effect receiving a 100% increase in their compensation. So maintaining that mixture and having a good productive mixture of part-time and full-time is a major cost factor for the labor cost. We also looked into the farm. We asked more specifically what sort of product mix the farm provides, which is essentially tomatoes, blueberries, cucumbers, and winter squash. That's what we receive from the farm to the Mountain View community, and we suggested that that the food service and the farm maybe work together a little bit more to diversify the product mix. Since we do have a limited amount of season, our growing season is limited, so therefore we have a lot of tomatoes for a short period of time. And we can only use so many tomatoes at one time, and their abilities to store is not as great. So we're hopeful that they might be able to diversify some of the products that they receive from the farm, and Rob is going to be working with that. So that's the basic overview. It's commendable that their actual costs only went up $400,000, but the revenues only went up $300,000. So if these numbers are up to date, that was one of my questions. Is this like the final revision of revenues and expenditures? Is this pretty darn close to the final numbers, Kathy? Pretty darn close.
Pretty close, yes.
So Last year, the net deficit from, and I mean last budget cycle, the net deficit from the nursing home, the Mountain View community was about $635,000, where in this year we're looking at about $735,000. So that has unfortunately gotten worse instead of better. So that's, you know, certainly not the direction we were hoping for, but you know, we have hopefully some plans to get the client mix to get that down to a lower amount.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Schmitt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my first question is, do we have presently a waiting list for the nursing home?
Yes.
And if I could follow up on that. Again, on the revenue side, I'm just looking at it. My understanding is Medicare maxes out at 100 days. Okay. The waiting list to come in, and I know the admittance policy is probably not going to change. So I guess my question is, it sounds great, but what's really going to change on the revenue side? And you can anticipate an increase in revenue. I just don't see it happen.
Well, when we built the new facility, one of the neighborhoods, I always get the phraseology incorrect, but there's basically 8 pods that are in there of about 12 or 13 folks, okay, to get to our 103 beds. Essentially, one of those was designed for this rehabilitation, which is, or skilled, as they use as the nomenclature, the skilled folks. These are the folks who are coming out of the hospital who need some rehabilitation before they go home. And yes, it does max out at 100 days. Some aren't even allowed that long to stay. But that reimbursement rate for those folks is about, on average, 3 times more than a Medicaid rate. So exchanging those 5 people is essentially what it comes down to. This 5% shift is 5 people. We're going to have 5 more Medicare people, 5 less Medicaid people. Is going to be the difference between $150 a day and $450 a day. So that is hopefully would be the end result of the revenue streams. So it's, and during the course of admissions, we're going to in this one neighborhood that we're going to try to have this bed available because the hospitals are looking to admit someone to the community that day or the next morning. They can't wait 3 or 4 days. They have to, because they stop getting paid at the hospital. So we need to have that bed available. So what we're going to do is try to, particularly in that neighborhood that was predisposed to have this as, you know, when we constructed the building, particularly in that neighborhood, when a resident is able to, you know, when a resident leaves, that we would hold that bed and fill it then with a Medicare.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ticehurst, question?
Yes, thank you. 2 questions, actually, if I may. One just for information. We heard earlier that there was a thought of increasing the rates. Who has the authority to do that?
We do.
I believe it's the commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. And then, while we're looking at the mix of patients or residents in the nursing home, and we're looking at increasing people who are able to pay by a certain amount, that to me implies that we're going to be decreasing the people who rely on Medicaid to pay for their care, and I'm wondering if that moves us away from meeting our obligation to take care of the vulnerable people in our county.
Thank you.
Well, I could respond to that. Well, as was aforementioned, the county is under no statutory obligation to care for, I don't recall your phraseology, but that we don't have a statutory obligation to have a certain number of people in the nursing home under Medicaid. We're not under any statutory obligation to have the Mountain View community at all. So this client mixture of 65% Medicaid is far in excess of the goals of nursing homes in the community. So our goal is 65% Medicaid. Their goals are below 50. So we are still, as a facility, providing a very strong resource for those folks that are on Medicaid. And I also should remind you that you can be on Medicaid and still qualify to be a skilled patient. So if you go, we'll just say to Huggins Hospital, and you're on Medicaid, and you go to the hospital because you broke your hip. Once you're released from the hospital, you could come to Mountain View Community and be that same person who's on Medicaid, but because you were there for rehabilitation and you're over 65, then it's Medicare actually kicks into pay. So in reality, or you could think that some of our Medicaid eligible patients who live in Carroll County are actually having to go to facilities outside the county because we don't have enough rehab care. So, from that aspect of things, to characterize it that we are shutting out Medicaid eligible people in lieu of Medicare people isn't necessarily completely the case.
Thank you. Further by the delegation, Commissioner. Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to be very careful when we set goals for certain people on Medicare, Medicaid, and private. Private, no problem, they can pay. But I think where taxpayers' money are going into the nursing home, we need to provide a service for anybody and everybody possible in our nursing home. I think if taxpayers get the wind that we are only selecting certain people because they fall into different categories, I think we need to be careful of that. That's my own personal view.
Thank you. If I can make comment, then I'll allow others. I can appreciate your point, and I disagree with your point. I appreciate your point. I think there's an expectation also that when we're running deficits on a facility, and we know that's a facility that's probably not going to be a moneymaker, if there's an opportunity to reserve a few number of beds, I mean, I think we're only talking 1 or 2 beds at this point in time, and which would contribute revenue 3 times what it would be. And I see it the opposite. I think of my own family members that needed rehab work after injuries, accidents and so forth, that we had to travel to Vermont to get that same work or same care taken care of. And I know there's people in Carroll County that would like to be closer to their family for that happening. So there's another side. I will note that Howard, and I apologize just using names, has spoken how well our admittance policy now is in place and working. So I think how we're admitting and who gets admitted, I think we've moved into a new policy. So were there comments, Representative Butler?
I would just say that I understand what your concern is, as well as Representative Ticehurst, and I think we have responsibilities on both ends, both to the taxpayers who are paying the taxes to support the nursing home and the taxpayers who are hoping, if they need the service, that they can access it. And from being a part of the subcommittee and hearing Administrator Chandler talk about the mix, I appreciate the potential for being able to bring in both rehab patients and hospice patients that may help to improve the revenue mix and can be a part of the mission, I think, or is a part of the mission of the nursing home as well.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan, did you have a quick comment? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's on that same line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more question, which I would ask of the administrator. How many people seeking admittance for rehab or hospice were denied? So we get an idea of what we're talking about.
A great many. Because as Representative Ahlgren explained, when the hospital calls today, they're looking for a bed today, not next week, next month. And so we decline. In fact, what actually happens is the hospitals will actually stop calling. They'll call people who are more likely. So we are looking at a strategy that would have that bed available and develop those relationships, typically north and south with Memorial and Frisbee and Wentworth Douglas, to try to get more skilled referrals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just, and I do understand the concern, but I think also it was interesting from your comment, Commissioner Sorensen, that we need to have the considerations of all the people of Carroll County. And this is still all-inclusive. It includes all people of Carroll County. And that part of the admission policy that was approved by the commissioner was that a top priority of consideration was that in admissions is that the people are a resident of Carroll County or a family member of a resident of Carroll County is our broadened definition. So to that end, we are still, number one, I think in our objective is to try to service the people of Carroll County. And I'd like to reiterate as far as our ability to market this area, we have basically one pod, they're basically over here separated into 8 pods of about 12 or 13 folks. One of those pods of 12 or 13 was designed for this skilled care. And it is our hope and objective that eventually over a reasonable, smooth transition using the admission policy, that eventually that will transition, that those 10 beds will all be in the same pod. And then that becomes like the rehabilitation pod. And also hopefully we will receive some economies of scale to be able to help those folks, since now they're not scattered all over the facility, they're in one area, and be able to market it more so the hospitals and the other revenue streams that would flow into that would be able to recognize that we provide that service. So that is the hope, and there is going to be a transition process because we're still going to stay within our admission policy to try to serve everyone based on residency and need and such. But that's why it could be a little while for this transition to take place. Hopefully it'll happen over the course of the next 2 years. But it'll depend on a lot of factors.
Thank you. And having been a member of that subcommittee, I just want to commend our Chandler in his staffing. Last year we had many more questions and how processes were happening, and they have been forthcoming, and I'm really proud of the work that's happening over there. And thank you for you and your staff. We'll move on. There's nothing else at this point. Commissioner, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just want to add what Representative Ahlgren said. I have a concern. I think we shouldn't be competing with the private sector if we are going to be the rehab services. I think it's convenient to provide it, but we need to be careful. I don't know if it is the business of county government to be in rehab services.
Okay, thank you. I shared your feeling a number of years ago, and what I'm seeing is that the need is outmatching what the service is, and I'm convinced that we need to move into this in a small way. But thank you for your comment. Okay, with that, Ms. Cordelli, if I could turn to you, Chairman Umberger, you're a member of that subcommittee, and I understand you're prepared. If I could ask Representative Butler to be, I'm going to step out for 2 minutes, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was part of the subcommittee dealing with commissioners, treasurer, special fees, human resources, administrative building, human services, interest expense, long-term debt, capital reserves, Carroll County Convention, and capital expenditures, to name but a few. And I apologize, I do have notes that, minutes that Chairman Umberger passed, but I have since marked them with my notes, so I'll get fresh copies for everybody of those minutes. We met about a week ago and talk first about the commissioner's budget and the non-union salary expenses going up by 40 cents per hour. Medical insurance is up by about 6%. There was discussion about both medical insurance and dental insurance, and there are evidently 6 people, I believe is the number, that receive dental insurance through the commissioner's budget. And there was discussion about, as there was last year, about payments of taxes to Ossipee. And there has been some additional information provided by the public in that regard. And I think there was discussion last year also about whether the commissioners plan to file for an abatement in relation to the property taxes for land primarily that's in current use. And I guess it is their intention not to file for an abatement this year either. Would that be correct?
Well, the property's in current use. I'm not sure how we can abate it.
Why don't we finish the
Okay, yeah,
presentation
well,
and then we can have that discussion.
The special fees, there was discussion of system to track material safety data sheets. And the cost would be $3,300. This would be in the Human Services Department. I think I'll have some additional questions about that going forward. The Human Services Department put in a request in the other fees and services line, an increase from $2,000 to $6,000 for an expanded recognition program for county employees. So we could do more in the recognition area.
Could I comment on that?
Can we go through and then come back to each item?
Electrical expenses at the administration building are up by about $16,000 due to kilowatt charge contract price increase. There are repairs needed to the rooftop air conditioners, which increased the equipment repairs by about $4,000. There was discussion about in the Human Services Department, different than Human Resources. Human Services Department, we talked about possibly a name change to that line in the budget to clarify it. But it's basically the DEAS payment, and that's up by about $200,000. And sorry I didn't bring the information along, but I think that there is a bill pending in the House to cap those fees. And I don't think it would apply to this year, but going forward. I'm sorry, but I don't have the bill number, and I'll have to get that for you. But more investigation should be done about the DES charges and what's included. Let's see. Carroll County Convention. This ties into a line item that we'll be talking about a little bit later, and that would be the performance audit. We suggested addition of $7,000 to the 2014 budget for the convention for performance audit. In 2013, we had allocated $20,000. The firm that we have, as the subcommittee, have chosen, the price of that audit is $26,000. So $20,000 have been encumbered from 2013. So the 2014 allocation of $7,000 should provide us the money to pay for the audit as desired, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later. see. There was discussion about the Information Technology Committee, it was referenced earlier. There had been what was billed an IT committee meeting in, I think it was December. It turned out to be not the county IT committee, but just an ad hoc group of users who wanted to get together and discuss needs that I attended as the delegation representative to the IT committee. Again, we see the same problems this year in the budget for information technology. As Representative Schmitt mentioned, there's still, even though we requested it last year, there's no definition of what's included where between information technology line, computer expense line, and new equipment line. Things seem to be put haphazardly in those lines based on the department and how they budget. There is a lot of work to be done. The Cybertron contract, who is our service provider, their contract is up next year, and I believe that we should definitely go out to bid regardless of our satisfaction with them. There are contracts with Kronos, Virtual Town Hall, who's the website provider. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done by this IT committee, and there was discussion about the fact that if this committee does not get up and running in the near future, that the delegation take some action in relation to allocated budget for IT services and maybe limiting expenditures to what's allocated for contractual obligations. We need to get this IT committee going because there is a great deal of work that needs to be done. And I'll just mention in that regard, really as a follow-up to the ad hoc committee that I attended, training was a great concern, and that is not part of any contract that the county has now for services. I contacted the Lakes Region Community College, and they have a business development office, and had a discussion with the vice president over there, and they would be willing to come in and do an assessment at no charge of county needs, primarily in relation to training of staff. And I'll give that letter to the commissioners to follow up on. And let's see, just a couple of other points from our committee. I mentioned also the $300,000 for the dispatch system. In capital budget also, there was a line item of $5,000 for the administration building, which was the request for a safe, basically a document safe, I believe. And we asked that the commissioners explore the possibility of using the safe at the nursing home instead of buying another safe. And I think we ended up looking at the bottom line of the budget and expressing our opinion that a 17.5% increase in the amount to be raised by taxes was not looked favorably upon by our subcommittee.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we went through each of the items that the subcommittee reviewed, and I asked that questions be held until the end. So I think there are a number of questions. So if you want to take it from there.
Thank you for handling that. First, from the delegation, questions of Representative Cordelli at this point. Then we'll go to the commissioners. I'll just go right down to Schmitt, please. Representative.
Just when from your experience as we're trying to establish this committee, in your opinion, who in the county would be willing or capable or both to chair this, to get an outcome that we're trying to get? Is there such a person in the county?
I believe that in the past, it had been chaired by the Human Services Director, and I think that there's some indication that that is the plan going forward. I think it's a requirement that members of the committee be of standing from each department, so that there are people who know the Department of Budgets, know the needs, in terms of technology knowledge within the county. I think that's probably limited to a degree. Hopefully in some small way, I have my business experience was in IT, so in some small way I hope I could commit something to the committee as the delegation representative.
Yeah. My follow-up to that question, if I might, would be, and not that I always like to look at the glass as half empty, but I do. The question again on that chair is, would the chair have the educational background or knowledge to use the word no? Would be another way of putting it.
I would certainly hope the word no was in their vocabulary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ticehurst and Lavender.
Thank you. Just to add a little bit of information about the cap that counties pay for elderly and adult services, we do currently have a cap, and the bill that's currently under consideration establishes a formula. So instead of just having a set number, it's a number that changes based on a formula.
Thank you. Representative Lavender.
In discussing the $7,000 property tax that the county pays to the town of Ossipee, it strikes me that we have the $7,000 in the commissioner's budget, but it really ought to be put into the budgets of those parts of the county that in fact are taxable. For instance, the county farm is taxable, but yet that part of the budget is somewhere else. And I would think we would take that budget and move it to the appropriate places.
Thank you. Yes, Representative
I was speaking in opposition to that idea. Part of the problem we have in the budget is we go through this every year. Some of the IT maintenance, some of these things are spread all through. It's very difficult to find out exactly how much money we're spending in certain areas. So I think we should go in the other direction in other areas too. And I mean, that you can look up and you can find out just how much we pay Ossipee for taxes on one line. I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, but I think when we incorporate, I know the IT thing has been problematic for us because it's been difficult to get a handle on maintenance is another issue. Things like that, it's kind of hard to find out what the total amount is. So I think we should be going the other direction myself.
Representative Lavender, did you want to comment or just?
Well, I know what you're saying, and I generally agree with it. I think that maybe we need to have some form of something in which the county farm, for instance, which is clearly taxable, knows how much money in taxes they're paying, because we expect the county farm to be profitable, and yet here's a piece of money that's not visible to them.
Thank you. We'll note that. Yes.
Well,
further comment, Representative Chandler?
If we aren't going to go in the direction of identifying one thing, at least maybe we could have an addendum that lists IT, taxes, heat, things like that. They're not part of the budget, but at least they're broken out, so there's a total.
Yep, I would agree.
So,
I would agree. Representative Cordelli? I'll come back to the commissioners.
Just following up to Representative Chandler's point, with IT, the information technology lines, if you add them all up throughout the budget, it comes to almost $194,000, and there is an additional over $17,000 for computer expenses. Our contract with Cybertron is $102,000. So what the other expenses are is really difficult to ascertain. the way it's set up now.
Thank you. Representative Butler?
Thank you. So the 17.5% increase is over all lines as you presented, correct?
The amount to be raised by taxes, yes.
In this budget. And is there one area in particular, or is it spread out in more difficult bits and pieces to see?
I think it's spread out and it's a combination. There are expense increases, but there is also less included in the commissioner's budget to be used from surplus to offset the tax increase. And I think that there was a desire to see the fourth quarter numbers, and I'm not sure if we have those yet.
Thank you. Representative Chandler?
And I will point out this when I guess we will get to the budget someday.
Hoping to.
So, and, I mean, a part of my concern, and I'll share it when we get in later on, is that we actually spent quite a bit less than what we budgeted last year, which is a good thing. But instead of budgeting, I think sometimes you should budget a little bit off what your actual expenditures were last year, not what your actual budget was, because that's truly indicative of how much it cost to run the county. If you took that into consideration and gave some, whatever you consider moderate increases, we would be better off than the way it is now, that's all, so it is.
Thank you. Further question before I open it? And I'll come back to the commissioners in a moment. I just want to make comment to Representative Cordelli, and I would almost say it's even sugarcoating the efforts up to now with the IT committee. I, as a delegation member, and I believe many sitting here, were fully under the impression that over the last year there was an active group that was working on this issue. And then it was found out just recently that it was an ad hoc committee and it was made up of employees. So I think I fully believe that we lost a year, that we could have had a much better handle on this. And it's my understanding that this IT committee still is not formed, and we still don't know who the members are. And as Representative Schmitt had brought, is there a person on that committee that is going to have the knowledge other than possibly the contractor that we have presently? And I'll just bring one point. When we speak in the nursing home and we speak in the dietary services and wanting to be able to check items in and out in simple inventory, which are things we would do in anybody's business, we need to add Wi-Fi spots in there so that they can use their data collection. When we ask how much that is, to extend 2 spots so that they can use their Wi-Fi, and we're getting an answer of $1,500. Where I think if you were going to do that in your house, if you're going to do that commercially, that might be a matter of a couple $100s. So there's a huge need. We've wasted a year, and I hope that that we're actually going to get to that point. So with that, Commissioner, any comment?
Yeah, I just want to comment on Cybertron. I hope this time we do it the appropriate way, that we put it out to bids and that the companies are allowed to come see the network. Because the last time it was very difficult that companies were not allowed, and then they have to place a bid in. And if you read the RSVP, it said in the RSVP that all the replacement parts are for the companies, out-of-pocket expense. And you put a bid in, you don't know if the system is outdated. So it was very, very difficult for the companies to put in a bid. And another thing what I want to bring up is a comment on Representative Cordelli. He said it was $194,000. Replacement part is out of pocket. Who defines now replacement part? Every time I see a cost and I ask, this is a replacement part. And every time I'm told, no, it's an upgrade. So all the replacement parts that needs to be out of pocket, the taxpayers are paying now for it, and suddenly it is an upgrade. We never had an independent agency coming in and said, this needs to be upgraded, this needs to be done, nothing. It was all done by Cybertron. He has the control over everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yeah, a number of items. We haven't had anyone with any IT knowledge. Only Dave Myers in the Sheriff's Department had a lot of background in it. Since that time, since he left, we haven't had anybody. I don't know of anybody in the county that has that knowledge. Other counties have hired an IT person to handle that, to have that knowledge. And in some cases, Stratford County, I believe, has 2 or 3 other people within that department. So it's a big item that we haven't gotten into. The IT committee was brought up at the department heads meeting this past week. They had to come back with somebody within each department that has some background or some little knowledge about their computer system that they're operating on. They would form that committee. And I believe right now it's going to be handled, the chairman of that would be the HR person. I want to get back to the report, the minutes of that committee regarding the HR department. It said in the minutes that the employees at the county, let's see, to do something to recognize the employees at the county, and as a result, other fees and services increased from $2,000 to $6,000. The recognition of employees was only $1,000 of that. The other was in legal fees. Okay?
Thank you.
Another item regarding the safe. I did check out the safe over at the nursing home. It's plenty sufficient. We have the combination of it, and we will be moving that over to the administration building. So that item can be, and I think based on the subcommittee, we took that $5,000 out of the capital expenditures. I don't know if you want to get into the bottom line. I know it was in the bottom of that, the minutes of that committee. The 2.5 really is a 2.3 million increase. Our budget, our operating budget as a result of the subcommittee is 1% increase. We do have $700,000 that we will be putting in to reduce the taxes. That will bring it down to a 1.4%, which would bring that down to roughly a 10% increase to be raised by taxes, not the 17%.
Thank you. Commissioner, please, if it's brief.
Yes. Commissioner Sorensen acknowledged that nobody had actually the expertise about IT, and at the time, David Myers left. So, and these are the same people who have no knowledge and expertise that actually recommended and went with Cybertron.
Thank you. All right. Any, yes, Representative Ahlgren.
Thank you. I have a couple things. I guess my first question is, you didn't cover the farm, that's still to come?
Correct.
Right, we did
Okay.
not cover the farm.
So my first question is in regards to the last year's appropriation of $20,000 towards the performance audit. And we mentioned that we were going to encumber this $20,000.
Right.
Just, if I could have briefly explain to me, this I guess is for Kathy, is how we are encumbering this money and where does that show up on the budget? And then is there any other monies encumbered that I don't know about?
That will be talked about this coming Wednesday. She's providing us with those areas that is being recommended to be encumbered. And the commissioners would act on that as to approval of the encumbered items.
Okay, so that,
That's the process. The process is I bring the list to the commissioners at their meeting and they approve it. Representative Umberger had requested that be reflected so that going forward, I don't think the commissioners will not approve what was requested for encumbering the $20,000.
thank you. And a follow-up, have we ever encumbered money before? Because at the county level?
Sure.
Because I've never, that's never been presented to me.
Mhm.
I've never seen anything of it.
Yes, we have.
Further question?
Yes, okay. So, was there any discussion about appropriating money for a performance audit for next year. Because we're talking about the $7,000, that's essentially to pay for, the one for the commissioner.
Yeah.
But are we considering that?
Basically, in the committee, what we discussed is that we would allow this performance audit report to come out, see what we found, and then possibly go forward with preparation of an RFP for additional areas, but not to actually award a contract in 14, but rather look at it, see what progress or, what recommendations the committee has, or the auditor has, and then think about additional areas for audit in 15.
Okay, so I guess what we're saying is that we would continue to look at another area for performance audit, but would not have to appropriate the money because we wouldn't be dispersing it realistically until 2015 anyway.
Right, that's
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I guess my last is, I guess not a question, but a comment, and it's over the overall budget and the 17% increase, which Commissioner Sorensen addressed, that based on the difference of the amount to be reduced taxes, the commissioners only had put forth $200,000, which was a conservative amount since they really weren't sure of the fourth quarter results. But now we have them, and it looks like it's about $1 million.
900,000.
900,000 with the encumbrances. So there's $900,000 that we have that we can use to reduce taxes, which really brings kind of our realistic numbers down to around a 10%, 10-11% increase on the amount to increase taxes. Which I think is probably the realistic number that we're entertaining to try to figure out what other magic bullets we can find along the way. In reference to the comments about the differentials, though, I think that as far as our expenditures, we increased expenditures by $437,000 over the previous year. That's what we actually spent more than the year before. I think that is reasonable, but a big chunk of that money, of that $437,000, can be looked at in the increase in the DEAS line. That's $200,000 there. Currently, we're looking at $100,000 more that the nursing home is influencing on the tax rate because of their additional $100,000 deficit budgeted, or $237,000. So I mean, between those two things, you're looking at realistically the majority of the differential. If you look at the rest of the budget, it's almost neutral. But one of our biggest problems is, and to your point, Representative Chandler, and maybe somewhat to the delegation's credit last year, is that if you look at the year previous, our excess funds budget over actual was $1.8 million. And last year, we essentially used that $1.8 million to reduce taxes. But this year, the differential is only $900,000. So we
exactly right.
Can only use $900,000. So that trend, which I don't disagree with, is at least coming closer to maybe a realistic goal. Maybe not the best goal. The best goal would be maybe $1. But
I just want to interrupt here for a second. Income shortages is an agenda item that we're going to get to. So I don't know how much time you want to devote at this point.
I was just giving my overview of the overview.
Yeah, no, and I certainly appreciate that, and always do. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on Representative Ahlgren's point about future performance audits, I think another reason we held off on any additional allocation for another performance audit in this year's budget was the fact that we wanted to look at the recommendations of this performance audit and try and make sure that agreed upon recommendations get implemented. We've from my short time here, I've heard of a lot of recommendations coming from the delegation that don't get implemented. So I think there was a desire to make sure that this performance audit produces some tangible results.
Thank you. All right, the last subcommittee, I had the pleasure of chairing, and I will be brief, only to the point that we have met once with Registry of Deeds, Cooperative Extension, County Attorney, Medical Referee, Child Advocacy, Victim Witness, Farm, Outside Maintenance, Water and Sewer, and Regional Appropriations. Carroll County Conservation District, in the Regional Appropriations. And we will be meeting again. We have not formed an opinion on approval of the budgets entirely. I will hit a couple highlights on a couple of departments, and perhaps there'll be more. Registry of Deeds, expenditures in $551,274, with an income projection of $840,354. The registrar had made a request, and she had voiced that to the subcommittee. The commissioners have, I guess, made policy that all non-union employees were going to receive a 40-cent increase. The registrar had made a request for a higher increase for her people in that department. Cooperative Extension, attorney, and so forth. If you add in their amounts with the increase of the 40 cents and then add Social Security and retirement and everything else to those numbers, most of their budgets are all flat. At this point, we didn't see an awful lot of disagreement, but we have not formed an opinion. When it came to farm outside maintenance, there has been a policy change in that the farm maintenance was being charged to different buildings, the jail, administration, and so forth, and they were having a problem with accounting between that and what it was costing us. There's been a shift in their budget this year, and that outside maintenance now is a separate item and has been broken out. We have further discussion on that. Water and sewer was constant to last year's numbers. As far as the farm's concerned, we had received information that we need now to go back. There was increases in salary and wages, which we were not aware of at that first meeting, and had asked for other information on the wood processing, raising of pigs and other things, and more information's coming back to the subcommittee. So on regional appropriations, again, the requests were fairly level funded. I believe visiting nurse, home care, and hospice, if I remember correctly, is an increase asking for this year. They've had some cuts in some of their other funding. There didn't seem to be much disagreement, and I don't believe a need to bring department heads back again to us. That's a quick summary, trying to get us back on track. Happy to answer any questions and from the delegation. With that, thank you. Yes, Representative.
Before we move on to the next agenda item, Representative Chandler had talked about consolidating certain items within the budget, and if I could just suggest that over the next year, if the commissioners can look at ways in which the budget can be constructed so that there are certain items like utility items, heat, electricity, those kinds of things that are departmental, but that can be then consolidated in a bottom line outside of the budget, so that that can be reviewed, seems to be a good idea. And with our computer skills, we ought to be able to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions by the delegation? Any comments, questions by the commissioners?
Just that we will be doing that. For example, generators that came up in a subcommittee, that would be put into maintenance. Right now, it's in different buildings. We have 4 generators. The IT committee, all of that will go into one budget. Yes, we are looking at doing that.
Thank you. Representative Chandler?
Thank you. This is not a question I need an answer to now, but maybe next week, and I realize it's unaudited as far as the surplus goes. But my calculations where the budget was underspent, and we got in excess revenues than what we budgeted for, I projected a $1,053,000 surplus. So if you could just, which is different.
A 1 million what?
53,000. So, but as I said, that's just my, if you could just figure that out next week and give us an idea, thanks.
Representative Merrow? Did you have a comment?
I still have a question.
Sure.
Yeah.
For the committee. Concerning,
the security of the jail.
we're getting there.
Okay.
It's next on the list. Representative Lavender, did you have comment or question? Okay. All right, so, yes, Representative.
Thank you. In respect to the farm?
Yes.
And the care of the grounds, I guess. I just, in our efforts to try to get the farm's profit/loss, so we could see a number based on the total farm expenditure versus its revenue, I guess I'm confused by the salaries of the farm. Is there salaries that are on this farm salaries line that really aren't for farming but are really used for maintenance or snow plowing or something of that nature?
Thank you. I don't have a complete answer to that. The only thing that I can share with you at this point is that the budget was supposed to be broken out, so farm, if it was farm-related, salaries showed on that side, and that anything that had to do with maintenance, my understanding, grounds, plowing, those sort of items, should be showing up on the maintenance side. So that's what I believe their effort was. Do you have a follow-up to that?
So, okay, so that seems to be interesting, I guess, but so was that followed up on? I mean, because that really shows still a deficit. I would think that if we were only showing the labor that we were putting toward the farm versus the revenue that we derive from the farm, since we get a lot of help from the guests at the House of Corrections, that we'd be showing some sort of positive influence, whereas it seems to still run at a deficit. So is that accounting error, or is that really how much money that we're not getting from the farm?
I don't have the answer. Like I said, we're meeting a second time, but Commissioner, do you want to comment on that? Seeing I'm sure it was your directive to put that into 2 departments.
We've increased the production of firewood tremendously because of the new wood processor. It should show up under income from the farm.
Farm income is on page 2.
010.
So
No, wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Income from the farm, David, is, last year was 152,000.
Where'd you get that?
Yes, are you following up on?
On page 2, the bottom, we have, the revenue from the farm last year was 152,354. Just as a sidelight, it wasn't 5 or 6 years ago that the deficit was $84,000. As you can see, the revenue last year, the expense last year was 186,000. and we had 152 in revenue, so somebody's doing a good job.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Representative Chandler.
Under, thank you very much, under use of equipment. What the income of $45,000, what's that?
What was the rent?
It says show up on the maintenance.
I'm guessing that's probably just another county department being charged to rent its own
Yes.
county equipment.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's been moved.
Kind
into-
of, really kind of difficult for me to figure out, we own a piece of equipment and it can be used as income when it's all owned by the county. I mean, if we were renting it to the town of Ossipee, I could see its income, but, so your 86, your differential, as far as I'm concerned, is $45,000 out of whack, because I just don't think common sense says that whatever we charge for that equipment, it's owned by the county. I don't see how it becomes income. We didn't get anything for it.
I would agree. Do commissioners have comment on that before we move on?
If you look under maintenance income, we've zeroed out use of equipment under maintenance income. Maintenance does not derive any income. It's a cost item. It's an expense item.
You show 10,000 in the farm, and for maintenance income, and you're showing $11,000 this year for use of equipment. For income.
We'll check on that some more.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Ahlgren.
I mean, I guess to that end, the breakout, of the maintenance revenue, which might be interdepartmental, should be under a separate area under maintenance, not included with the farm. And we have maintenance income, that's where all the maintenance income should be. And I would think, and then the maintenance expense from the farm would be under the maintenance expenses. It just appears that, we're not that, the accounting breakdown of what the farm is doing for the production of farming products is somehow getting commingled with their maintenance. And my objective here is to hopefully show that the farm does produce some income, which it always shows that it doesn't. That's really the objective. I mean, but then we could get a really solid number on what we are actually paying for the care of the grounds of the campus. And so we can compare that to what it if that should be outsourced or not. So we can get that number maybe is more solid. So the farm needs to be the farm stuff. And so we can look at that income and compare it to the expense. And I think we'll see that we actually make a little money. And then, hopefully, I know, hopefully, but certainly we're going to get a better number about what we're spending for the maintenance of the grounds.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comment before I move on from that? During our meeting, and you weren't here at the time, I had asked a number of questions, reports I was looking to have back from the farm manager, and I'm not sure whether we're going to get that or not. Should I submit my questions to the commissioners so that we can get answers to my questions ahead of that next meeting?
Yep.
And there was one point that was brought up that I don't want to go beyond without talking about. And my understanding last year when we went forward with our wood processor and the stacked mounds of revenue we were going to make with that one of the major items that was really going to make that operation profitable was that we had dusted off our old tree inventory management plan over the last 10 years, brought it out into daylight. We brought in our forester, or the person that we're using, which I believe is a county employee, and we were going to be sustainable. We not only were going to continue to make revenue, we were going to now receive, in your estimate, free wood. So that was, I believe the contract was, we were going to make revenue with our cut. It was going to help our forest because we were maintaining it. And then we ended up with our free wood that we were then going to use for wood production. Win-win-win. My understanding, and the farm maintenance manager had brought forward to us superintendent, that at our meeting, that we had a shortfall, that it looked as though instead of being delivered 150 cord, we were receiving some number less than that. So two questions. One, who oversaw the cut? And why did we not know to the very end that we were getting less wood than we'd been promised? Was our yield that much less out there that it was, I believe it was 50 cord. So was the production that much less? Let me finish if I could. So who was managing that cut? And am I true in my assumption that we are now going to go out and spend money to bring in the wood that we need for that shortfall?
If I could try to answer that question. In the contract we signed with the logger, he was to deliver 175 cords for us to process. It came up 122 cords based on our measurements. The difference is there was some of that hardwood that went into logs, which were worth more money than firewood. So that's what dropped our firewood number of cords that were delivered. So we should be getting more money in the log portion of it to make up for that difference. Now, our other alternative to make up that 53 cords, I think what we'll do is we'll put it out for bid again and cover a larger area to get that wood.
If I could ask you, your management plan, and from my understanding with other foresters, with the amount of land we had, it's aggressive to think that we will be sustainable year after year after year. We're bringing in the wood. You're just telling me, some wood's better than others. And who is overseeing, you're saying, the commissioners are saying, we should be getting more money for wood production, that it was better for them to sell it off at log length as opposed to keeping it for us. It should be. Who is managing that cut?
Between the county forester who marked the property and the farm supervisor.
So are there regular meetings going on? It just seems if I'm sitting at the landing waiting for 50 cord to show up and it's not coming, that seems to tell me that perhaps in our next cut going forward, that the commissioners are overseeing this operation so that you know well ahead of this, or a meeting in between so that you know where the shortfall is going to be, so that we're not sitting here with sap on our face as far as I'm concerned.
Go ahead.
Yes.
How are you?
The Will and Wendy met several times, but if you feel that way, Mr. Chairman, why don't you put $25,000 into the budget so that we can hire a professional forester that would be here all the time to count the logs?
Thank you. I think unfortunately the commissioner's point usually is if we just throw more money at something, it'll happen. We have a management plan. I'll get off of this because it's going to be back and forth, and I apologize. We have a management plan, wood management plan, that tells us this is what we can do, this is how it's going to happen. It was touted last year that this was going to be one of the instruments that was going to make us money, save us money, and it made sense for us in our decision in buying a major capital piece. What I'm saying is, this was not looked at, followed up, and now we're at the end with a lot of should-bes. And I apologize for a little bit of license sitting here as the chairman, which I'm about to step down to Representative Umberger. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. A question on the logs that you're cutting. I assume most of them are pine. Am I correct?
No, all hardwood.
All hardwood.
It was wood that had gone through the ice storm, and the other reason why we didn't get our full number of cords is when they took the trees down, they were rotted and they just fell to the ground. So we lost some through that, plus some went to logs.
Somewhere you've lost me, because you just said you're gonna get more money for the logs.
That's
But-
correct.
And then you tell me the logs have rotted and fell down. So I
Some of them,
Some of it.
where the ice damage was,
Can you
a
tell me,
number of years ago.
can you tell me what you're getting for 1,000 board feet? Dollars?
I can give you that
I'd
report
like
once
that.
we get it.
Yeah, I'd
Yep.
like to have it. That's it.
Yep.
Curious. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Butler?
Relative to pine, is there any reason that we shouldn't be chipping, or can you chip that?
Well, if
Should
it's
it-
pine logs, it's more valuable to sell it as logs rather than chips. Yes, all the limbs and so forth are chipped up, but you get, what is it, $1 a ton or $2 a ton for chips? A buck, yeah.
And follow up.
Please.
So you are harvesting pine as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Further questions, comments? Thank you. Record will reflect that Representative Umberger has joined the delegation, and I will relinquish my position to the chairman now. Will be taking over the agenda. And Chairman, we are up to the jail report.
Okay.
And I would just tell you that Representative Merrow has been anxious to get to this discussion.
I just had one simple question.
I apologize for the agenda not being up here. It was downstairs. And so we now have the agenda that hopefully,
And if somebody could pass around the attendance, I think it got stuck
yeah,
somewhere.
and, okay, somebody has the attendance sheet.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that's gotten where it needs to go. Okay. The jail report. The reason that this came up is that I was called and asked a question if I thought that the jail report solved the problems or if there were still additional things that needed to be done. And so I said, well, no problem, I'll bring it up at the delegation meeting. I believe all of you have received a copy of that. And to be, so, Representative Merrow.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's just a simple question. In reading the jail report, the things, with the exception of maybe the doors and stuff, which could have been found out, but the things that were really covered in that are recommended, like the fencing and so forth, I think was pretty much picked up when the delegation did a walk around. I think time that Mr. Beth, you were representative, and we determined that it was the fencing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just curious as to, we had a report done on this thing by an outside contractor, so to speak. What did that cost us? Because it came up with the same recommendations, basically.
It was done by Belknap County or one of the other, or
Yeah, by O'Mara, who was
Didn't cost us anything.
past
Did-
correctional officer.
Was that a freebie, or did we get charged for it?
Past superintendent, I'm corrected.
Pardon?
He was a past superintendent that came in and did the study.
But he
And
didn't-
then there was no, yes, there was a cost to it, and it was like $2,000 or $3,000.
No, it was more.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly
Thank
what
you.
the price
Well, there was a
was.
cost to it, okay.
Yeah.
It was 60.
I just didn't feel that he came up with anything that we hadn't come up with or couldn't by ourselves, and wondered if the cost was, I
Mhm.
wondered if that was necessary, that's all. Thank you.
I could ask the superintendent what corrections have been made. I know some haven't, if you want that information.
Yeah,
I
I
think,
would, yeah, I would.
Out of the report, one of the only things that haven't been done yet, we have increased the staff. We're working on the staffing plan. We're really close on meeting them and maintaining the appropriate number of staffing for the facility. But the largest component was the fence. We asked that of the delegation last year, and there was a specific motion that was put on the table not to approve it. So that was the only thing that really hasn't been completed.
So, if I may.
Yes.
I'm thinking, the fence that we didn't approve, I think, was the outside fence that went around.
Perimeter fence.
But it would seem to me that where the prisoner got out of the jail was on the roof there, where that one thing, and I would assume, hope that's been fixed.
That's
Yes.
been fixed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I assume that this is the report that was emailed that spoke with recommendations and so forth. And if I could address the superintendent or maybe the commissioners. And basically, the report comes down to if we have more people and we have enough fences, then we'll probably keep people inside. And that we may not have enough fences, we may not have enough people. When I read the report, and I direct you to page 9, which I believe is talking about comments in interviews with jail personnel and others on the day of the escape. It would appear to me when I read that, and I'd love to be corrected, because if I'm wrong, I really want to know this. It would appear that the person that took flight was aided in flight by being given sneakers, and this is all public information. It would appear that that person exited his cell block, went through an unlocked door, which is in the first containment area. And it's, as I read it, it specifically mentions that a locked gate was left unlocked, made progress through that area to the larger containment area, and I apologize for not knowing what those
Recreation
names
area.
are, was of enough ability to make a leap to a very large light fixture, and from that light fixture then made access to a roof and then escaped. And I'd just like to note and thank Farm Superintendent for being there and making note of it, as some of your staff was. Am I incorrect in that the person made exit out of the first area through an unlocked gate?
No, Representative, what happened was the escapee had requested staff to obtain his sneakers. He was denied his sneakers. What happened was another offender gave him their own personal sneakers, and when we opened up the recreation yard, all the offenders go out, and then the officer was doing checks from inside the unit and outside the unit. So he was trying to manage two different areas. And then when Babson escaped, he used the time when the officer that was managing both areas was inside the facility, and then he climbed up the fence, hopped onto the light that you had mentioned, then gained access to the roof and went over.
If I could.
Yes.
Are there two areas of containment? Is there a recreation area, a smaller area, then the recreation area?
No, sir, there's more of a, what we would term like a bullpen area. So you leave the secure day room into a small area, which is not the recreation yard, and then you go into the large recreation yard from where Babson escaped from.
Okay, and the bullpen, which it shows in the report with pictures, and it shows a lock hanging there.
Mhm.
Page 9 specifically says that the lock that's normally in place was not in place. Did that person leave the bullpen and it was open for everyone to leave, or was there a lock that it states in there was not in place?
No, there was a lock there, and when the offenders go from the bullpen area into the main area, that area is secured.
Okay, but on that day, was that lock locked and it was opened by personnel, then allowed our people in bulk, everyone that was out there, to pass through and get into the recreation area?
No, when they come out of the day room into that bullpen area, the officer unlocks the gate to go into the main yard and then secures that door. So they're locked in the main recreation
So
area.
if I could, and so it would appear I'm wrong. So the person that made flight that day came out with everyone else at the same time, was in the bullpen at the same time, was then the gate was unlocked and everyone was brought into the recreation area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I was incorrect in my assumption. Thank you.
If I could, I realize that probably no one is ever happy with security. You know, there's always that one in 5 years or 10 years or whatever. But the question that I have is, are we currently satisfied with the actions that have been taken to prevent future escapes?
Well, what we do now, ma'am, is when we open up and do day room time or yard time, we post an officer outside the perimeter, so they're maintained. It's just, instead of having a fence line, now we just post an officer out there, which hasn't a cost in itself.
Okay. And how many new officers did you hire?
With the two proposed in this budget, it'll bring me up to 35, which is one away from where the recommendations were originally for the staffing levels for that facility.
And that's for how many prisoners?
The
35?
The 35 was designed for what the building could hold.
And how many is that?
When the building was designed, it was actually designed to hold somewhere around 75 offenders. At the time of construction, we double bunked everything to get to the 131 that it can hold. But the support services inside the facility, if you will, for like day room 4, which is our largest general population area, we only have enough seating for 36 offenders. That the day room was originally designed for 32. So when you talk about increasing and things of that nature to generate revenue,
No, you're not answering my question.
Okay.
The number of officers, the 35 plus 2?
Total 35.
Total of 35.
Okay, total of 35
Yep.
is for how many prisoners?
Then actually, there's no staffing recommendations for officer to offender ratio, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, I thought you told me that just a second ago that there was.
No, the building was designed and built for a population of 75.
And with that came the recommendation of 36, is I think was what she's asking you, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Pardon?
I said, and I think your question is, at the 75 level, what was the recommended number of correction officers I think you were after, and that was 35 or 36.
But he just said there was no standard for that, so...
There is.
No, in ratio officer to person, I think he said. But I understood your question to be whether the 36 was for the 135 or 131 or for the 75.
Well, we don't have 75 prisoners anyhow, so
No.
we probably... Yes.
Thank you, Superintendent. So there is not we are presently running in the neighborhood of, was it 50 guests? How many, what's our numbers? Around 50. And I know in 35, it's 7-day operation, so we don't have 35 people sitting there at all times. Are you telling me that there is not a formula that we have to have so many personnel per? I was under the impression that if our facility was for 75, or if it was as we double bunked, which somewhere gets us near 131, that we had to maintain a certain level because that's what we were built for. That's not the case?
Correct.
We're staffing more for what we're comfortable with in that facility.
Your staffing levels, you base your staffing levels based on the number of different posts that are required to maintain the facility safely and securely. So with that being said, we maintain a control room operator 24/7. We have a direct supervision unit. We have one officer that takes care of 3 units. We have a float, and then we have a supervisor standard. And the people that are not assigned to specific units are able to break away from their tasks and respond to emergencies inside the facility, escort offenders in and around the facility, take
Could have
prisoners and things of that nature.
Thank you, Superintendent. And Representative Schmitt had mentioned that one of the questions we talked about of downsizing the facility inside and what we're doing. And Representative has mentioned that you have a response in here that I'm looking forward to reading. It's being part of that subcommittee. But if you're running 50 for a facility that's supposed to be 70, or that was built for 75, could house 131, and if someday in the future you were to be able to just use what you need in that building, if we had, how many cell blocks? We have 4 cell blocks?
We have 5 day rooms.
Okay, and one of those we're reserving for women at this point in time, if
Yes,
I
sir.
remember right? Wouldn't a long-range goal be that we would be looking at reducing at least 1 or 2 of those 5 day rooms down in the future? It was my impression that we couldn't touch that because there was some mandate that we had to staff to it. Isn't it realistic that if trends keep going this way, that we at least think in terms of cutting back on part of the facility we're using?
No, part of the management in the facility is you have to properly classify the representatives we talked about earlier this morning. We have a responsibility to classify and separate offenders based on risks such as violence, things of that nature. And then the overall arching goal is to work offenders to a lower security level so we can effectively transition them back out into society. And with that being said, you use privileges, if you will. So you go from a restricted day room, you behave, you can go to a less restricted day room, and eventually if you're a sentenced offender, you get down to the minimum security unit, which then it's the MSU where all of our workers go out of. And if you start combining and closing down day rooms, the offenders that go out and work on the farm or go out and work in the community and what have you, you run a higher risk of bringing contraband back into the facility and then getting in that to the larger population.
Thank you, Superintendent. If you did not have such a large facility, which we built, and is it totally unrealistic to think that you could be looking in the future? Because if you didn't have that big a building, you wouldn't have that opportunity. And if maybe a recommendation is that we send some of our people elsewhere, whether that saves us money or doesn't save us money, that at least a goal should be to, would we save money if we were to eliminate 1 of our 5 rooms? Could that at least be even considered, or it's not even part of the process?
But I don't know what you're...
Downsizing one part of your building.
You're gonna take it off because you're still gonna heat it, you're still gonna maintain it, it's still gonna be a cost. So I don't know what you're gaining out of it.
Okay, we can discuss that further.
Yes, Representative Nelson.
If we had a full house, be it 78 residents or 122, would you need additional staff?
Not from what I'm asking, no.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The number 50 guests was mentioned. Does that include men and women? And how many women are currently?
I have 4 female offenders right now.
And they're confined to 1 day room?
Yes,
of the 5?
Mm-hmm.
Representative Chandler.
Thank you very much. Are those women offenders paying?
I'm sorry, sir?
2 questions. Are those 4 women offenders paying us, and are we still taking Coos County women prisoners without charging?
We're not taking Coos County offenders, no. And all those offenders that we have are our own offenders from this county.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Representative Olson.
Sorry.
It's all right, I didn't see your hand.
I don't want to ask a leading question, but I'm going to have to, I guess. So it's my understanding that the average yearly cost for a prisoner, county or state incarcerated in the state of New Hampshire, I think it's around $35,000 a year.
$100 a day.
Do you have a better number than that, Jason? Are you aware of what it costs
I
per
can
year,
get that
per
number for you,
minute?
Representative. I don't off the top of my head, no, but I can get that number for you.
Well, let's just say that, because I do recall quite confidently that it was $32,000 about 6-7 years ago.
Okay.
So let's say now it's around $40,000 a year. Well, I did a little quick math, and if we have 50 inmates per day, and I multiply that by 365 days, I come up with 18,250 inmate days. And if I take the $3 million that it cost us and divide it by that number, I come up with about $169 a day per prisoner. And then I take that number and multiply by 365, and I come up with $62,000 per year per inmate is our cost. So I think it seems to me that just from that rudimentary math that I put together, that it cost us a lot more than it does other places. Now, so I think I would appreciate to see the numbers, because I'm estimating this $40,000. I think I've heard more recently is around 36, 37, in that neighborhood. But when I did the math and I got such a large number, I became a little more alarmed that we needed to maybe take a closer look at the comparison between us and the other 5 counties that Representative Chandler mentioned.
Sure.
And I would ask that that go to the jail committee and bring it back to us at our next meeting.
Yeah, Madam Chair, earlier in the day, Superintendent Johnson has agreed to give us those metrics, so they will be forthcoming.
Great, great. So if I understand this correctly, the jail report cost us about $6,000. Is that the figure that I...
That's sort of what we remember, yes.
Okay, from the memory. Yeah, best recollection. And the superintendent feels that we have at least 99% solved the problem that caused the escape. Am I getting ahead? Okay. And that and that was basically the bottom line, that we are at least all in agreement that unless we have some unforeseen circumstance occur, that things will go along well at the jail.
Just a couple comments about the jail.
Sure.
Yeah, it was done by superintendent, and like the current superintendent, Jason Johnson, pointed out, one officer was doing 2 tests. It was reported to me that the person who escaped, the inmate, was left unattended for a while, was outside. So he was going inside to look at the day rooms, and the person was unattended outside, and then he was walking back. So he was walking back and forward.
Yeah. And I guess that and that was why we wanted to make sure that problem has been solved. And I believe the answer to that is yes. The fact that that's what caused the escape is no longer material to the discussion, because we wanted to make sure that the actions that the commissioners have taken has basically solved the problem. And I think that's what, unless you are saying, Commissioner, that the actions that have been taken have not solved the problem.
I'm not saying that, I just wanted to point it out again, that the inmate was left unattended. I mean,
right. And we all understand that,
okay.
And we all know why it occurred.
Okay.
Okay, and I want to make sure, and that's why I want to make sure that the actions that have been taken have solved the problem. And the answer to that
99%.
is 99%.
I have another comment, if I may.
You may.
Also, there is a video there Everything is video recorded, inside and outside. After the escape, I went to the control room to learn a little bit more what happened. And I was told that every 4 days, the video overrides itself. That means you have 4 days,
So are-
everything what happened
So are
is there.
are you recommending that
No,
something different be done with the video?
Well, what I was going to say, there was no video of this escape.
Okay.
And I know there are other videos from other things. I find it a little bit strange that there is an escape and you have 4 days to safer to go there and to provide a video. I went there to get a video.
And all I'm asking is, has that been taken care of?
Yes, but I
Okay.
just wanted to
And
make my
that's,
comment.
and
Thank you.
that's a good thing. I'm not trying to relive the escape.
No, I just
I'm
want
trying
to
to
make my
make
comment.
sure that the actions that the commissioners and the jail superintendent have taken have gotten us to the 99% thing. I appreciate the fact that we had some problems, and that's why the report, and that's why I'm asking the question. Yes, Commissioner.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent, I believe that one of the recommendations in that report was to put a covering over the exercise yard, and I believe that estimate came out to be $32,000, and that was not done. Am I correct?
But we're paying a person $32,000 to stand out there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or more, I don't know.
Probably less.
Huh?
Probably less.
But they won't collapse with the snow limits.
Yeah, except when you include
Everything.
everything.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think we can put the jail report to bed, and I thank everyone for their comments, and I sincerely know that neither the commissioners nor the superintendent like the concept of one of our inmates leaving the premises. Okay. All right, next on the agenda is the performance audit status.
I will-
Representative McConkey.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. The subcommittee has been meeting. We had several meetings. We met, and I think we may have discussed this previously, and four proposals came in wanting to bid on this. We met as a committee and scored. We had a criteria set up ahead of time how we were going to score those with responses. When we went through our scoring process, Matrix came through as the highest lead in that process. We then went out and Representative Cordelli then went out on our behalf and interviewed people that had previously hired Matrix. They have a long list of places they've been. Representative Cordelli had chosen at least 2 places that were similar, either in the goal or the size of what we were looking for. Came back and reported to the subcommittee this morning that he was happy with the outcome of that. It was the recommendation of the subcommittee just a number of hours ago that we move forward and hire Matrix to be the person that will provide the performance audit for us. And with that, I would just say that the delegation had previously set aside $20,000. Some of these reports, some of these RFPs came in as high as $40,000, I believe, high 30s. But this one came in the neighborhood of $26,000. We have a shortfall of $6,000, I believe, Madam Chairman. It is our hope that we could then address that issue so that we can move forward.
Would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion to accept the subcommittee's recommendation of hiring Matrix Consulting Group to perform the performance audit.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Representative Cordelli? Yes. Representative Ticehurst?
Just a question about process. How can we go forward and hire this firm when we haven't yet approved the additional amount in the budget?
We are, if I might, we are simply giving the go-ahead for this company to be contacted and contracted with the understanding that when the budget is approved, that they will get the remainder of the money. Yes.
Madam Chair, would it be possible for us to just today take a vote in support of adding the $7,000 as proposed by Representative Cordelli, so that there's a sense that, it'll all be covered? I so move.
Second.
Okay. Well, we've got two motions on the floor. So could you withdraw your motion?
I'd be happy to withdraw mine.
Okay. And second? Second. Thank you. Okay. So Representative Butler moves that we get a sense of the delegation as to whether or not we will approve the additional $7,000 in the budget process. And that was seconded by Representative Cordelli. Okay. Yes.
Discussion point,
Sure.
just for everyone's knowledge, Representative McConkey mentioned our scoring system. In the RFP, there was an evaluation scoring mechanism outlined, and we followed that, and the scores ranged from a low of 55 to a high of 87.8. Matrix was the high scoring response with 87.8, and the next highest was 72.
Okay. Yes, Representative Schmitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we vote in the affirmative on this motion to give us a sense of we want to spend this money. So what happens next? When we
Then we'll go back to Representative McConkey's motion.
and we'll move that motion. Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Ticehurst?
So are there any other circumstances under which we would carve out money in advance for a project that was non-emergency of a nature?
Good question.
We could do that, and we didn't carve it out. We are simply asking for a sense of the delegation. We're not carving it out. We won't pay it out until after the budget passes. And if that item is not agreed to, and if as we go through the budget, if someone wants to make a motion that we eliminate the $7,000, that's an option. And then we would stop at the 20,000. So it's not, we're not carving it out. We're just getting a sense that says we expect that we would do that. Do you have any other?
I would just say that as long as in the contracting process, if we approve the contract in another motion, that it should have the addendum that it is the sense of the committee that we will make the difference, and that will pend the completion of the budget. I just think, I assume that Matrix will want to go forward, and the sooner we get the performance audit done, the better for the county, so it makes sense to me to move forward.
That was my question. Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to mention that in terms, two things. First, they are sending us a draft contract based on what they have done in the past, so that we could turn that over to the county for review and move forward on that part of it. And they are open to several different ways to structure payment, either on a monthly basis or they could do it on a step basis. So the step basis might fit well into what we see, so that if we reach a certain point in the process with them and the additional funds are not allocated for 2014, that we could stop the process at that point as indicated by the chair.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, could I see a show of hands on the support for the 7,000 in the budget? Opposed? Okay, one motion passes.
Should we also not do the same thing for encumbering the $20,000?
No, we've already made that recommendation to the
Okay.
commissioners, and they have agreed to do that. If there was some kind of a problem, then we'd have to do something different.
Thank you. So
Okay.
I will move that we grant the performance audit going forward to Matrix Consulting Group.
Second.
Appended with,
Representative Butler's language, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Providing that funding in its entirety, the $27,000, 26 were to come available in whole in the future.
and the delegation is in support of that.
And that the delegation is in support of that, so thank you.
I second it.
Okay. Representative Merrow seconds. Did you get all that?
I think so.
Okay. Did you get all that?
I'm working on it.
It's your motion.
I think we probably should have a roll call on this one.
Great.
Okay.
Yep. On the motion as proposed by Representative McConkey, I will call the roll. Representative Ahlgren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. Representative Chandler is not here. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Lavender?
Yes.
Representative McConkey?
Yes.
Representative Merrow?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Schmitt?
Yes.
Representative Ticehurst?
No.
Representative Umberger?
Yes.
Representative White?
Yes.
Representative Wright?
Yes.
Again, 12-1. The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is the progress on the RFP for repairs and demolition of wing for the old nursing home. Representative Ahlgren, would you like to say a few words, and then we'll...
Yes, during the course of the Mountain Valley Community Subcommittee, we entertained the progress of, the demolition of the annex. And I set forth that with some questions, basically to the commissioner at the request of Representative Butler. And I'm trying to bring those up. There we go. Finger is apparently. So basically, what we asked the commissioners was, had there been any RFP responses to the RFP that we had asked them to put forth regarding the investment in occupying of the front third of the core, or any third of the core, which parenthetically I added. And I also parenthetically added, the renovation of the kitchen as a commissary by a regional chain is extremely compelling. That's why I put that in there, just because I think that that'd be an excellent opportunity if somebody wanted to open a commissary. It's already a kitchen, so their build-out cost is extremely low. And then have there Then any other expressed interest for the front third, quote unquote. Number 3, since the square footage is the same, would the Veterans Interim Housing Project be interested in the front third of the core in lieu of one of the corridors that run the length? And then number 4, since there are 2 corridors that have no foreseen use, what is the cost-benefit analysis of the spring demolition of those wings? Some of the factors to consider would be the demolition cost differential, if any, by taking the tiered approach savings versus heating costs, insurance savings, and savings in maintaining that area. Number 5, in the event that we reserve the front third of the core for the veterans interim housing, what is the cost-benefit analysis for demolishing 3 of the corridors as opposed to 2? But then I also put it, the next planned meeting pending the delegation schedule for the subcommittee was Monday the 17th. And I was hopefully, and I asked them for a preliminary report at that time. And I apologize because I intimated to you that they were to be ready today. And they indeed may not be ready, but they might be able to give us still a preliminary report on some of the things they found.
Question.
You certainly.
I think this is a question of the chair, because during the subcommittee, one of the things that was discussed and one of the things that came up was, should we do this now or should we wait and see what the veterans home was going to do? Because it would certainly be a lot cheaper if we did everything all at once rather than do it piecemeal. And we weren't really sure what the intent was of the committee.
Go ahead.
I think my response to that, Representative Merrow, is why we have the number 4, is that there is a benefit to doing it all at once, but there's also benefits to doing it early because we're not going to have to pay to heat the corridors that are demolished. We're not going to have to pay to insure the corridors that are demolished, and we're not going to have to pay to maintain the corridors that are demolished. So the differential right now between the 2 and the 4, I think, was around $15,000. Cost differential, like it would cost us extra. But there may not be any differential at all. We might ask for a tiered approach from the demolishers and say, well, hey, if we contract to do the 2 now and then you can either do 1 or 2 or none or all later, what would be the difference? Because they're still getting the contract. So there may not be this perceived huge cost savings by waiting to do it all at once. And that's why I asked for that.
Yes.
If I could report on a couple of items.
Sure.
One, the probation department has looked at the front portion of the old nursing home. And they would like a certain section of that. However, since that took place, somebody mentioned, what about the jail? Using some of the space over there, as well as providing an income to the jail. I haven't heard back. There's a rumor that they did look at that, and there's a possibility that probation might go into the jail, which would be a good place for them to be. They ought to be on this campus no matter where. That's number 1. Number 2, I have a call in to Bonapage and Stone to see if they will review what they had presented to the delegation as far as the cost, whether it stays the same, whether it's increased or not. Third item is when I went over to the nursing home last week to look at the safe, I'm going to bring up at the commissioners meeting on Wednesday that we have an auction over there, that we have an auctioneer come in and auction off whatever materials that are still left in there that might be of some value. I think the process might be to have a couple of them come in, take a look and see if it's worthwhile, and then move on from there. Those are the 2 items that I can report on at this time.
I would make sure you check the auction thing with some legal person. 'Cause I'm not exactly sure if it's excess property, whether or not it has to be offered out to other agencies before we can do something with it. I don't
know either.
I don't know, but, or check with your county, group or whatever, but
I think on the state level, it has to do that, but I don't know.
We've asked everybody on the complex if there was anything over there that they could use in their departments. I think that's been taken care of.
But it may need to go, but.
And we could go to other nursing homes to see if they're lacking on beds and whatever. Wheelchairs.
Yeah, but just be sure that you check with somebody at county, your county group or whatever, because I would hate for us to do something that.
It's never happened.
Let's go with that.
That might not be appropriate, but I think that's a very
Election.
positive kind of thing to have occur.
Otherwise, we'd haul it to the Ossipee landfill, and that would cost us some money.
Yeah, it would.
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to one of your points, I think you indicated, correct me if I'm wrong, please, that you were contacting contractor Bennett and Stone.
Bonnet, Page and
Bonnet,
Stone.
Page
They
and
were the ones
Stone.
that originally did it.
Right. I'm questioning why there is the need to verify their estimate. If you're going to go out for an RFP, why not just go out for the RFP? Why check with these guys to see what their price is? Just go out for the RFP.
Well, they did it, and I just wanted to see
Well,
if they were going to stay with their
I think
figures.
that's you could use your time better by preparing the RFP.
Chairman, there's other people to speak.
Yeah, before we go on, you said that this would be, your next meeting is
February 17th, I believe, in accordance with this, I believe, wasn't sure if we were having a delegation meeting that day. I'm not sure of the delegation meeting schedule, but.
And oh, by the way, neither is anyone else.
If I'm not having a delegation meeting that day, that will be the day.
Okay. Yes, Representative Kenney. Sorry, Commissioner Kenney.
And I just want to add on what Commissioner Sorensen said, a comment. Page, Bonnet and Stone did get paid for it. They
Get
didn't
paid.
do it for free.
Get paid for what?
For what they put up, what needs to be done with the old nursing home.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they get paid for it.
Understand. Representative Babson. By the way, your name tags are
Yeah.
backwards, and so
Yeah,
it's
50-50.
Commissioner. And so,
Yes.
perhaps I'm the only one that noticed that, but you might switch your name tag with Commissioner Kenney.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, Commissioner Babson.
In response to Representative Cordelli, this body gave us 18, or gave Mrs. Solomon 18 months to figure out what they were going to do with the plan. What do you see as the benefit of going out for an RFP now when we still have 14 months left to go on the thing? So we do it now and then we go out again?
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. My point was only in response to checking with Bonnet and Page and Stone about pricing. I don't see that, you can do the RFP whenever it fits into the time frame that you determine. I just don't see the need to contact this one vendor about pricing again at this point, or any point. Just go out, when you're ready to do it, go out for the RFP, period.
Representative Butler.
Thank you. My thought when you said, talked about a Page and Stone again, is simply to answer the question in some general form. Does it make sense now, having done this estimate, to demolish 2 wings and then wait and see whether or not the other 2 wings should be demolished at the end of the process of the possible shelter? Or does it make better sense financially to wait, and that you might be able to get that answer without having to spend any money, or at least a suggestion of an answer to that. That's my thought.
If I might, I want to make sure that folks understand, this project is not just the demolition, whatever that word is, demolition of the two wings, okay? We've got a roof problem that was so dire, okay? I mean, that was the information that we received, and all it's doing is sitting there leaking still. Okay? It's not just the demolition, it's the darn improvement so that building can last longer than next week. So, the demolition is a very minor portion of the 1 point however many $million there are to getting that nursing home fixed. Everyone fixates, on the demolition. But that is not the important part of what needs to be done. Unless you have changed your mind about the roof repair, which seemed to be the #1 issue for that money. Excuse me for getting angry at this, but
I didn't think that was angry, Madam Chairman.
I'm tired of
Now
everyone.
you're getting angry.
Yeah. We can recognize that one.
Yes, Representative Ahlgren.
Thank you. If I could maybe kind of give an overview of the scenario as I see it from over there, and being the chair of the committee that's looked into it, is that, and the reason why I posed the questions, is that essentially, as a subcommittee, we approved appropriating about $1 million to put a new roof on 2/3 of the core of the annex. And it would also, that money would also prepare frost walls on the openings and demolish 4 corridors and the front third of the building. That's what we approved for $1 million. And then the subcommittee, in its wisdom, said, well, if you, as the commissioners, can put forth an RFP that would find someone who was interested in putting up front enough money to put a roof on the front third of the building and to build it out at their own cost, and then subsequently they would receive a long-term lease for a very low amount, that we felt that that would be a good option for not demolishing the front third, just as long as the county's not paying more than its $1 million that we were going to put forth for the renovations, that front third gets renovated by a private party who wants to rent it. Terrific. Okay? So, the question was, do we have anyone interested in doing that? Has anyone come forth? If they haven't, then it seems to me that it's a pretty good idea that we speak to the Veterans Interim Housing Project folks and say to them, well, how about you take the front third of the building and 1 corridor as opposed to two quarters, because you're still going to be occupying about 10,000 square feet. Okay, so that would leave now 3 corridors that we could get rid of, demolish now, with the proposal that perhaps this veterans folks might be able to, or they might not. And then at a later point, we might demolish that 3rd corridor, and we might still retain the front third of the building if we are fortunate enough to be able to put a roof on it for the total $1 million. Okay? So that was kind of why I phrased those questions, because ultimately I think that's the decision tree of where we're at. We don't need to wait 18 months to demolish at least 2 of the corridors.
In order to put the roof on.
Or to put the roof on, the core. We may end up putting the roof on the whole core, because that might be something that Bonnet, Page, and Stone could help you with. Can we put the roof on just 2/3 of the core, and then put the remaining roof on the front third of the core? Or should we just say, okay, here's where we are, we should put the roof on the whole core, and then bite that bullet later. Okay? Also what Bonnet and Page and someone will be able to tell you is, you know, we're heating those corridors at 50 some odd degrees. There's a cost involved in that. How much are we going to save by having 10,000 or 15,000 square feet of corridor not being heated for a winter? I think you're going to find out that it's about 50 cents a square foot. But they know the number, and they'll be able to tell us. And that will help there, and then you can find out from the insurance company.
Okay. So,
Can I ask one more question?
yep.
Thank you.
Representative McConkey?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The group that is working on the veterans housing issue, and you said we're 14 months out from that. Do the commissioners have on your calendar that, I guess we're 4 months into it now, and I believe you heard some sort of a report, or we heard some sort of a report that they don't know anything at this point, but tune in, more to come. Do you have on your calendar 6 months from now, or 4 months from now, and 4 months after that, and 4 months after that for an update, so that when we finally come down to 18 months from the day we started, that you know with certainty that something's happening or not happening, so that we're not sitting here with, golly gosh, if we had 18 more months, we'd be in good shape.
No.
Do you have it on your calendar?
No, sir.
Would it make some sense to put it on your calendar?
It would, but they were the ones that went to you to get that permission to do that.
Not to worry, it's on my calendar. Yes,
Yeah, just
Commissioner
to comment
Kenney.
on that, on the veteran shelter or whatever shelter, Mrs. Solomon have the proposal for what she wants to do. I'm a little bit concerned about the funding. The federal government has no money. They cut into the defense budget. I know a lot of people who are laid off. They also cut in a lot of programs, included veterans programs. So I don't understand how they're going to start up a whole new program here and it is going to be funded. Yeah, thank you.
That's why we gave them 18 months. I don't disagree with one word that you just said. Representative Wright.
I think,
No, go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chairman. Your point is well taken, and I think it's a real concern that we don't wait 14 months to fix a problem with a roof that's gonna cause further destruction. So has there been any temporary measure to try to mitigate the damage that's going on, or?
I walked through the building, I didn't see an awful lot of damage.
Fair enough.
Especially in the core section.
Representative Butler.
Thank you. Today, the group working on the Veterans Home issue is meeting. They have a board put together, they have bylaws, and they are, it seems to me, reasonably structured to move ahead with a serious proposal. So I think we will be able to stay on top of what the group is doing, and that if at some point it doesn't seem like they're going to be going anywhere, we should know that in the ensuing months. But they do seem to be very serious and have a good core group of people, more than just those who presented to us working on it.
Good. That's good. And I, you know, I sincerely wish them well.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, there's no question on that. Okay, is there any more comments on the old nursing home? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Have we made a decision, or are we still on what to do?
We have no decision to make. We've made our decision. We made a decision months ago.
Years.
Okay, and I don't want to get this way again. And so I expect that the commissioners and the subcommittee will have an interesting discussion, and and the next time we meet as a delegation, we should have some idea of what kind of progress will be made. Is that fair? Okay. All right. Next, union contract negotiation progress.
Still in progress.
Okay.
That's all I can report.
All right. And yes, Representative McConkey.
At present, I brought the discussion up before, and we have 3 contracts traditionally in past years, and seems to be common practice from some of the people I've spoken to, that they're on a rotational basis, and that perhaps perhaps a county would award one this year for 1-year term, next one for 2 years, third one for a 3-year term. Are the commissioners working in that progress in that point, please?
We talked with the negotiator. He recommended that we stay as we are, because he can come up and spend 1 day, talk to 2 different unions, maybe even 3. It would save us cost rather than coming back every year to negotiate. If that was his recommendation, we haven't taken any action on it.
If I could follow up, you have a very vibrant county organization that you belong to, you've been chairman of in the past. What is the position of the other than a hired gun that we ask a question? What's the other county? What are the other counties doing?
I don't know. I can find out.
Thank
you. Everyone knows we have a deadline of the 31st of March. And
My deadline was this 1st of December to get it in on our budget, but it didn't happen.
And so I'm just saying, that's when we have to have everything done.
Yep.
And that's for everything, so, and I don't want to wait. I don't want to have to do this down in Concord again. Okay? All right, thank you, and I didn't expect you, what I expected you to say was, Madam Chairman, we have our contracts for you.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
I wish.
Because we have to review them. And if I get them on the 31st, I don't think we'll have a chance to review them. So, anyhow, just maybe the next time you can report that to us.
Okay.
Okay. Tax increase.
Madam Chairman, we started in on this discussion.
Uh-huh.
So you can go from there, but just want you to know that discussion did start on this.
Okay.
Already.
I recognize that the tax increases are different for each community, each town. Every town gets a different tax increase based on whatever it's based on, evaluation of their communities. So if I look at this new financial thing, the yellow sheet, is that?
Some of this, I think.
Okay, well, I have yellow. I guess they realized they needed to wake me up this morning or something.
The revenue.
Yeah, the revenue thing, okay? I'm looking at the adopted budget, which is 2013 adopted budget, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm looking at currently at the subcommittee budget, and the commissioner's budget is at 1606, whatever. And if I go back and look at the white sheet, which was the previous thing, I am seeing a $130,000. No, I'm not seeing any change whatsoever between the commissioners and the, I'm seeing the same number there in the commissioners' numbers. So if I do the subtraction, it's whatever it is, 16 from 13 and a half. That comes to 2. So the proposed addition of the 700,000 is not in here, is that correct?
Correct.
I think that there was a white sheet that went around that has
Yep, that's this white sheet. Whoops, no, that's not that white sheet. That's this white sheet. One that's,
like 1%.
Could I ask Kathy to explain that sheet, Madam Chairman?
sure.
Okay, so the subcommittees gave us some changes.
And those are not reflected?
Those are reflected in the expenditure report
In here.
and in the revenue report.
But-
Because we took out in the revenue side, there was some grant money for the sheriff and dispatch, so we had to take that out of the revenue side.
That has, okay,
And we took it out of the expenditure side.
Okay.
From the original commissioner's proposed budget.
but that
And there was
doesn't.
some other
right.
adjustments.
But then that wasn't adjusted up here under income from taxes?
No, we didn't adjust, I didn't do anything with that because of the fact that we had only put in the amount to be reduced by taxation of 200,000, but the commissioners are requesting that they increase that amount now to 900,000 since we've got the December numbers.
Okay.
So I did this worksheet that showed the budget of 28,013,617, which is 1% over the 2013 budget, 283,907. And there's a couple spots of where the largest increases were, or some of them. Okay.
So the total budget is on the back of this blue page.
Right.
Mine is blue. So you know.
That's all the adjustments that we have received from the subcommittees. I don't know if they're gonna come back with any more adjustments.
Oh, yours, okay, well, green, whatever.
Colored.
Mine is blue, okay? So that's where this number that she's showing up there on the total budget is coming from.
Excuse me, for clarification, could you tell me what number you have on your colored sheet?
Subcommittee recommendation? 28013-617.
Okay, that
Yours is on the green.
Mine is on the gray one.
Not the
Okay,
pink.
thank you.
Last page.
I got it.
Okay.
I had the wrong color, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Kathy, you gotta stop doing that. Way too hard.
Make it a little more.
Way too hard.
Yeah.
We're only representatives.
Okay, so what we're saying is that of the 28 million, 15 of that is going to be raised by taxes. And the rest is going to be income.
She hasn't finished her
At
report.
this point, unless additional money is put in from the surplus.
Okay, that's-
Making that 900,000, so it would be 14 million.
Right, that hasn't, I mean, I'm just looking
Yeah.
at what we have.
Yeah, so it would be, so it's 15.5% increase at this point. If the additional 7 is put in there, it'll be 14 million. So it would be 10.4% increase in taxes without doing any other changes.
Representative Ticehurst, did you have an opportunity to talk to DHHS and see if they were willing to have someone come up and talk to the delegation?
I did talk to some people about straightening it out. I don't have an appointment or a commitment yet to do that.
Okay. let me ask this question. Would it be more convenient for us to meet at lunchtime, for example, down in Concord, than to, and I'm just trying to get a sense here that.
With DES, you mean?
Yeah, with DHHS. Would that be, do you think, better?
It would be better in some ways because it's a lot more convenient, but the reality is that oftentimes lunchtime meetings get eaten into.
Oh, I understand. I know, or not eaten.
Eaten into.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, I mean, that would be an offer that you could make.
Okay.
If, because I do think that we need to try to get some understanding of this prior to our final decision that we're making on this budget. Yes.
So from what I've been able to tell so far, and I don't feel confident to present myself as an expert by any means, we're sort of in a hard spot because I'm not sure that we, wearing our county hats, have any control over this figure. It's only when we go to the state and wear our state hats that we have control, and then the pressure seems to be in the opposite direction.
I certainly understand that, and I'm not looking for control. I'm looking for, and I think everyone is looking for, understanding of how the process works. Why Carroll County's increase this year was $200,000. What caused all of that to occur? Am I correct in my assessment of what we're looking for? Because it's, how much did it go up last year?
On a note with regards to this figure now is down at the state. You're on the fiscal year, you're on the year 2014. And these numbers that we have were already approved in that budget. So there won't be any, I'm just putting it out there, that's what's gonna happen, correct? At the state, there's no, you're not gonna be changing it because it's already been established.
Our fiscal year ends on June 30th.
Right. So for the fiscal year 2014. So that's the number we have in our budget, is the number that was given us for the 14 year already. So that's not gonna change. It's when you go to do 15 that I would think there's gonna be some change. I'm just throwing it out there. That's how it works,
Except that
correct?
the change will occur in July.
Right.
It was up to sure, 300,000 the year before.
It was
So
it was
perhaps,
270.
I know the Association of Counties is well-versed in
Yeah, we'll change in
this
July.
discussion, so perhaps they could come and speak to us? No?
No, yes, there won't be an increase this year, and the answer is, I don't know what the 15 number is, the FY15 number is.
And was it the DEAS line that is likely impacted by the legislation that you talked about earlier?
The funding, yeah, the budget.
Right. Yeah.
But I mean, it's not just the budget, it's how many people you have over 65, how many nursing home beds you have in the county, how many, I don't even know what goes into the formula. And I think that that's where we're trying to get to. And that, did our elderly population, how many of us turned 65, or, whatever.
Representative Ticehurst.
Yes.
I,
Go ahead, wait, just a second, yes, go ahead.
Okay, we spoke earlier about some pending legislation to change the way that the cap is set for the counties. And my memory of that is that that would not happen right away, that it would stay the same up to a certain number of years, and then the formula would kick in.
I'm trying to find my number here. Is that under human services? Yes, Kathy?
What I was gonna say, what we get from the state when we get this invoice showing what our responsibility will be is they give us a printout with the actuals for 3 years, and then our amount is based on a 3-year actual average, our percentage of the full amount of the 100%. I will print this off for everybody. I think we've done it before, but I'll do it again. And then there is a targeted credit that is given of $5 million throughout the 10 counties, and that's how they arrive at our adjusted obligation. So I can print this off for everybody, make copies, scan it, whatever. That will show you how we came to the 4.3, or how the state came about.
Okay, maybe you could probably just email that, scan it and email it to everybody. Is that agreeable? Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm only selectman for 5 more weeks, and I can stay all day. But
Oh.
until that's up, I've got to leave.
Oh, well, can you hang on about 5 minutes?
5 minutes you got.
Okay, I hope. We'll come back to this, I think. Maybe not today, but sometime. Okay, I would like to move down on the agenda to the RSA 29A2 request. There is, which I believe I emailed or sent to everybody over the weekend, this case in court where Mr. Comeau has entered a suit against Carroll County, as well as, it appears, each commissioner individually. And if I am correct in understanding, our insurance will cover, like, the county.
We'll cover what?
The county.
No,
They don't
it won't cover anything.
They don't cover right to know, I think.
They don't cover the right to know law.
lawsuits they handle.
Oh, okay.
Because we should do that. I mean, we need to provide the information.
So
They don't cover that.
I thought that that Primex would cover that part. They're not covering anything.
No.
Okay? So, excuse me. So, what are we talking about?
We're talking about RSA 29A2.
Okay. So are we, just a
Where
moment, are we looking for dollars to cover the entire suit?
We're looking for dollars to cover individual commissioners. The other dollars will come out of the county budget under legal matters.
Okay, so okay, so the county already has money in their budget, well,
Yeah.
I mean, and legal expenses are things you can spend, okay. And so the 29A2 request is to cover the individual, the suit against the individuals.
Yes.
as opposed to the other thing. Okay, all right. So the county's gonna cover in their legal fees the right to know our request against the county.
Could I ask just a quick question?
Sure.
As I read this, in both the case of the county and the case of the individuals, the recovery being asked for is basically the cost or whatever. So does this say one should pay and the other doesn't, or are they or are they double costs, or how does this work? I'm not sure. Does anybody know?
As far as I know, the county is being sued, that's being covered by the county budget that we have presently in legal fees. We are being sued individually, which is the first time that I know it's ever happened. I don't know if anybody else has been on here long enough to know if it ever happened before, but we're not covered as far as individual.
But the
And we
amount
don't
is-
have private insurance
The amount is
coverage.
the same for both, am I correct? Is that
Excuse me?
right? The amount that you're being sued for is the same for both, am I correct or not?
Don't know.
I don't know.
That's what it looked
We
like.
don't know what it's gonna be.
There will be separate lawyers
Separate
for
lawyer,
each,
okay.
so there will be
All
separate
right,
fees, and
okay.
they probably won't be the
Okay,
same.
okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, does anybody else have any comments, questions, thoughts?
Yes, because of the shenanigans in the county, I already hired 2 attorneys and paid out of my own pocket.
Okay, that was your choice.
I may be cold-hearted on this. I think normally I would say, with one exception, that we should pay for the individuals. But if an individual does this fully knowing that it is against the law to do so, and I don't know that this is the case, then I would not be in favor of covering it. But if they didn't, it was an honest mistake or an accident, then I think we should cover it. And I don't have the answer to that question.
Guess what?
Neither.
Chairman, it would seem to me that it's a policy question, and I would hope we're just gathering information at this point, and that we're not calling for a vote here, because I don't know anywhere near enough to make a new policy that goes beyond apparently what the policy is now, which is that if it's county business, the county will take care of county business. So I appreciate the information if someone wants to bring us more, but I'm not in any position, and if I was pushed for whether I'd vote yes or no, I'd vote no at this point, so I need more information.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Somebody else had their hand up. Representative Cordelli?
I was just wanted to follow up on your question, if I might. Is it, you're thinking that because it's a 91A related issue for the commissioners, that might influence your decision
No,
on picking up the costs?
To me, it's simple, which, it isn't simple, but in my mind, it's simple, okay? If in fact you were working for the county, and you got everything all screwed up, just for worst-case scenario, and you did it totally accidentally, you didn't mean to do so, then I don't have any problem covering it. But if on the other hand, you were working for the county and you said, well, I don't care what the law says, I'm gonna do this anyway because I don't wanna do it, then I think it's a different story. That's basically what I'm saying.
Schmitt has a question.
Representative Schmitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be inclined to, if we think about the RSA itself, and I think you will find that it's certainly complex enough on its rather decision trees. It doesn't, as I read it, it doesn't appear to me that it's such a black and white document. If we get to the question of did they know deliberately and did they do it, when the suit goes before the judge, I don't think the judge is going to care. The judge is going to say whether you did it intentionally or inadvertently, there's a cost involved here, you're going to get your legal fees back, and I guess if they're named individually, then they're going to pay half of that cost, would be my thinking. As a member of this delegation, I find it hard to believe that these 3 people are deliberately flaunting this law. And maybe that's a stretch on my part. But I find that hard to believe. I just don't get that. I would be in favor, and I'll say so right now, of indemnifying these people for any out-of-pocket costs they have. I think that's morally the right thing to do here. I just can't imagine that this delegation is going to say to its county commissioners, you're out on a limb, good luck, for something that appears to me, at best, to be an oversight on an RSA that's difficult to interpret at best. I don't know what else I can say about it.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we do at some point proceed with indemnifying commissioners, I think we'll have to include in our deliberations about that parameters of exactly what costs, who, what, where, when, would have to be included in the parameters of what costs are covered. We'll have to know specifically, what is included and what might not be included if we take that direction.
Representative Ahlgren.
Representative Ahlgren, please. Thank you.
I concur with Representative McCarthy and Representative Schmitt on many points, but I think it would be, I guess, reasonable for the commissioners to seek legal counsel in their liability in these personal suits, and to what extent you are personally liable for in the money aspect of things. It just seems to me, the feeling is that if you're acting in the normal course of your work, that it would be pretty difficult for you for the courts the civil court to make you pay out of your pocket for if you're doing something in the line of your job, whether you made a mistake or not. Something doesn't seem right, and until the point that it becomes egregious. And then at that point, whereas they've alluded to, if you were actually trying to circumvent the law for your own personal gain, then, and I'm not suggesting that, but that in my mind seems to be the only time upon which you would become liable, then personally, if you were receiving some sort of personal gain by those actions, then, so that's why I think it would behoove the commissioners, and certainly the delegation should, foot the bill to seek legal, for you grouply as individuals, to seek legal counsel about what that liability is, because that seems to me at this juncture to be a bit of a stretch.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Representative Bell.
Thank you. My understanding of the suit is that the suit defines that the commissioners individually will be responsible for their legal costs. So I don't know whether or not they would be generally liable individually for performing their duties as best they see fit, but this suit separately demands that they be responsible for their legal costs. So I think there's some question there that if that suit can demand it, then it doesn't matter whether they should or shouldn't be liable.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just looking at 29A2 here and the next to last line of the article says, upon entry of final judgment in any action brought under this chapter, the county commissioners shall present such judgment to the county convention for the requisite appropriation. Does that mean that we don't make an appropriation until after a judgment is considered?
We
So
can.
it sounds like. I mean, the debate that's going on now is about whether they did it intentionally or not intentionally, and that's not really for us to decide. That's going to be decided in a court of law. And it would seem to me that it would be difficult at best to provide funding for somebody before we know whether they were found guilty or not.
Representative Ahlgren had a question.
Yes.
No.
Go ahead.
You did?
You had to
Okay.
answer.
Good.
Okay. Representative Butler, did you?
No.
Okay.
Registrar has a question. If you're,
I just wanted to ask if I can have a couple of minutes. As an elected official, and we're all elected officials, if we're all gonna be subject to these kind of lawsuits, what's in it for us to run? I am not willing to risk my personal money. I do my job to represent my county every single day to the best of my ability, and if I make one slip up, they can go after me personally. I don't think there's anything in it for any of us who run. And you people, more than me, because you don't even get compensated. So I think we really have to be reasonable here on what the court does allow and what they can do under the statutes. And you can take 10 lawyers and you can get
10 different answers.
5 saying black, 3 saying white, and 2 are going to say gray. Not everybody is going to agree on the same outcome of any of this. I just feel personally affected by the possibility that this could happen to me.
Understand. Thank you. Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to agree with her. And my other comment is, why does our insurance not cover us? Because I think that is the main question here. We pay Primax to cover all of those things. And if I recall as being a selectman, I was certainly covered under insurance if I made a mistake, which is what it usually is. It's not intentional. So I think my question would be, if we're paying Primax prime money, why are they not covering, whether it's a 91A issue or not, why are they not covering the delegation, the commissioners, and anyone who runs for public office? To me, that's where the real question should be, is the insurance company, because, I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to be paying out of my pocket for an attorney if someone didn't like the way I did things. So I would ask that we check with Primax and find out, is it an extra cost to be covered under those type of circumstances? I don't know why 91A is excluded.
I called and left a message, and I left emails, but I haven't gotten a response back. We have.
Go ahead. Kathy. Say what you just said.
Yeah, about the legal fee.
Okay, can we speak up?
Yeah, are we having a non-public session over here?
Go ahead, please.
Kathy has sent emails. I've talked to Mike Ricker, who is the attorney down at Primax, and the pool does not cover those 91A suits. And that's why, and I don't know what they have done for the towns, but as far as the Attorney Ricker at Primax, that they do not cover, the pool does not cover 91A lawsuits.
Is that pool a county pool, or is that pool public elected officials? I mean, what pool are we talking about?
Primax is a risk pool.
Right, I mean, there are different pools. I was always under the impression there are different pools for different occupations, or, I mean, teachers and health providers, there are different pools. Is it a county pool? I mean, for all the counties, or what? I mean, I don't.
Okay.
I guess I don't.
Let me ask 2 questions. Number 1, when does this decision need to be made?
This case is coming up, I believe, about the middle of March.
Okay, so.
They asked for an extension. I don't know if it was approved or not.
Okay.
The other thing I would say.
They asked for an extension?
Our attorney?
Your attorney?
We did.
Okay, the county portion of it?
All right.
Okay.
I will say that I've contacted an attorney, and we'll be meeting with him this week. He's $165 an hour, and 2 of us would split that, so we'll try to keep expenses as low as possible.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm sure that my commissioners have behaved and act in a day-to-day manner that is behooves both you and we elected you to do that job. I'm sure you do that. So I have a real problem. If you're doing your job and somebody brings a suit, it's the same as if I'm out on the street and someone wants to sue me. They're going to have that opportunity. A case is going to be heard. But I can't in good conscience, and I'm sure you're going to come out of this just fine. I can't in good conscience allow one of you, two of you, three of you to go get any attorney, whether it's $160 or $85 or legal services, and we are committed to paying that bill. If the county is going to pick up a legal fee, at least for an initial conversation, it should be that it's for all the commissioners and not choosing one or two or whatever. So if the commissioners care to move forward with an attorney at this point in time, which I don't think they have to, but if they do, and that makes them feel better, I'm not going to vote in favor of paying those fees. A good lawyer is going to do two things. He's going to give advice and he's going to work up billings. And I don't know where those billings are going to go.
I concur with the fact that the commissioners need to have one lawyer for all three, okay? And that's, if whatever decision is made, that's what we would do. And if it appears that the case is not going to move forward until the middle of March, we do have another meeting that perhaps we can find out some more information on, like Representative Crawford's question dealing with, why don't we have that kind of insurance for 91A things? And does Primex offer it at all? And if not, is there another company that offers it? Is that something that, I agree with Representative McConkey that I and several other people that have spoken that there were perhaps errors made in how you handled the non-public, but it was not necessarily done out of intention. Following 91A is it's a hard thing, and I understand that the Human Resources Office has provided you with a cheat sheet of how to proceed and what needs to be done, so that this is a step that says you're making progress and you will ensure in the future that you follow A, B, C, and D. The other thing, I think that there have been some questions raised, and that we need to all remind ourselves that whatever happens in non-public stays there, and that we don't, and that as commissioners or as anybody that you're on in non-public, you should always review past minutes that have been sealed so that you can unseal them. I don't know how long the county has non-public minutes for, probably 50 years. I don't know.
Mhm.
But they should be reviewed at least on an annual basis so that you can open them up when there's no longer a reason for them to be sealed. And, you may want some advice about some of the personnel issues that happened, 10 years ago. Can you redact the names and make them public? There's all kinds of issues associated with this. And, you know, I know that we'll ask you to, I guess that the sense I get is that we're not gonna make a decision on this today. Yes.
Thank you.
Butler.
Relative to the issue of Primex not covering, I will take the responsibility of talking with the insurance department and finding out what the issues are relative to 91A, not only for Primex, but for other risk pools, and what the rationale is, and whether or not we need to submit legislation in order to force them to cover 91A in the future. And what impact that would have on rates and all of that. I'll begin to work that out so we have the information at our next meeting. However, I don't think having that information is going to change the situation that we have now. And I understand the concern that, you know, if everybody got their own lawyer, the costs to the county and the taxpayer would be more significant. So I would support, even though obviously there is, it wouldn't be as easy for the commissioners, but I would support having one lawyer that's agreed upon to cover that piece of the court costs or the case going forward costs. But I also know that if I was under the threat of losing several $1,000s because of what I have done as an elected official, that I might not want to wait until a couple weeks before the case in order to know that my costs are going to be covered. And that I think that we should not wait until the next meeting.
So did you want to make a motion?
I would move, and obviously there'll be more discussion of it after my motion, but I would move that we support the cost of a lawyer to cover the commissioner's charges individually, not the county, but the commissioners individually being sued, with reports of those costs to come to the chair at least every couple of weeks, so that there's a sense of what the costs would be. I'm open for amendment. Would anyone second that?
I second that.
So basically what we're saying is that that the motion is to go ahead and pay for the cost of one lawyer to represent the commission in this suit, which I thought it had a case number on it. The copy I have doesn't. And so that will...
Discussion?
Yes, discussion. Why don't we go around the room?
Oh, so we get there.
Go ahead.
So, I guess this is my first, I have a question for the human resources person. So, if, in other forms of the duties of the commissioner, we'll just say that the process of going out for a bid, one of the bidders is disgruntled, so they sue the county because they didn't receive the bid, and then they were to also sue the commissioners individually. Would Primex then cover the cost for the commissioners as well as the cost to the county?
I don't know.
Okay.
Cost
I
to
asked
the
that
county,
question.
anyway. The cost to the county, yes.
I asked that question because if our normal blanket of coverage would include the commissioners to be covered, to be indemnified, and to cover them individually under these circumstances, which I do believe, I could be wrong, but I do believe that's the case as state representatives is the case, then then it seems reasonable that the extension of that gap in our coverage should be allowed to them. So that is a very important question to me, whether we should allow, the extent. So that's where I come from, but I still stand by the fact that at some point, they shouldn't be covered, because if indeed their actions were considered of
Gross negligence.
a gross negligence, criminal nature, that, that they were doing things for their own benefit, then that's where kind of the line kind of gets drawn. And it may be drawn that way in normal insurance purposes too. When someone is just outwardly breaking the law for their own personal benefit, then now we're talking another story, which is not to insinuate that at all. I'm just, or using the bid. It just came to me while we were talking about bids. That seemed to be a reason, So that, I think, for our information, I think is very important that, and it would seem that our insurance would cover that. It should.
Representative Cordelli?
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, Representative Ahlgren, if you would see an amendment being made to the motion based on findings of the court possibly, based on your comments.
Yes, I would. I would be, certainly in favor at that point, because like I said, it seems to me that it's reasonable that if the problem is a hole in the coverage that they would otherwise have, then I think it's reasonable to extend that coverage to them under these circumstances.
Representative Cordelli.
I know, but I thought I heard a motion, but I didn't understand the motion.
Is there, I'm sorry.
He wanted to make an
amendment?
No, I was asking,
Oh.
I thought he maybe wanted to make an amendment.
Nothing's been
Oh,
done yet.
okay,
Still
all right.
discussion.
Right, yeah, still discussion, on my part anyway.
Okay.
My other piece of discussion was,
Time to select
if
close.
this would be for one lawyer
Going
only,
elsewhere.
Yes,
and it would be from the date of passage of that motion going forward. Would that be correct? There would be no legal expenses covered prior to passage of the motion?
That is my intent, and also to Representative McConkey's concern about policy, even though this might be an incident that could be taken as precedence, I would not want it to be policy, but to be specific to this issue.
To this issue. Thank you.
absolutely. And because I think that any time that might occur, we would need to take a vote. Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we are kind of getting ahead of ourselves. 29A is very specific on how this is to be dealt with, and part of our action depends on whether the acts of the persons involved were wanton or reckless. There's also an opportunity for the county attorney to be involved, and I would really like to talk to her about how this needs to be looked at and how we can apply it to what we're doing. I mean, it's very specific.
Okay, if I might, Commissioner Sorensen.
I did talk with the county attorney, and she supported going private. She's not up on 91A, and would not represent us.
Does that answer you?
Not really. It says right here, the county attorney shall represent and defend
Yeah.
such person. So, whether she,
She's recommending that we go to get this particular individual local.
Does it say shall?
yes, it does.
Oh, okay. All right, so I think that's been pretty clear.
So
to me.
they have an option to get their own attorney, but the county attorney's on the hook for it. From what I read from this,
For individual or for county?
no, for the individual, this is about defense and indemnification of county officers and employees.
Yeah, remember I asked y'all to look at 29A2, so that we were.
It's right here.
Pay for me to get an attorney?
Yeah, right. Let's see.
Representative Lavender.
Well, I don't, thank you. I don't have really a question about representing, but I do have a question about insurance. Now, I do know that in my husband's business, he has to pay extra for errors and omission. So I'm just throwing that out to Representative Butler to look at that, because errors and omission are really covering when you make a mistake. If a mistake has been, had it not intentionally, but a mistake was made. So your insurance would cover that in a lawsuit, basically.
Anyone down this side have a question? Any further questions? Okay, just Representative Lavender.
It seems to me we're really talking about two different things. One is the defense of the suit, and the other would be indemnities that may or may not come out of the suit. And that we need to deal with those separately. And I think that the 29A talks a lot about the damages that may or may not accrue. And that what we're talking about, or should be talking about, is paying or not paying for the defense of their actions or inactions.
I agree with that statement. Representative Ticehurst? Representative Schmitt?
Yeah, let me just say again, if I can boil this down to, I think its simplest aspect, and that would be the indemnification of upfront legal costs for 3 elected county officials on this issue. My perspective is, yes, we should do that. And the reason we should do that is, I hope they acted in good faith here. I want to separate this from the outcome. The judge may very well look at the case and go, yeah, you didn't really follow the law, and find that they're going to pay. Okay, made a mistake. There's going to be a penalty involved. Personally liable? I don't believe so. Following up with Representative Butler, I would fully support the hiring of an attorney for the 3 of them. Hopefully they can agree on an attorney. If they can't, then the one who doesn't want to get the attorney, then go hire your own. But we should go forward with that. I think that's just the right thing to do. I mean, that could be any one of us sitting there. And I haven't read anything in the suit that convinces me that there's any personal gain or anything else here. I mean, to me, this is such a no-brainer, I don't even know what else to say about it. So I'm done.
Would you,
I'd
we'll
like to comment further on the reading of the RSA, and it seems pretty clear to me that it'll be determined after, and that the county needs to county attorney be in defense of, is what I read there. I would put, if the will of the committee is to move forward and to allow them to hire counsel for their own actions, I'd like to, and if making them wait 4 weeks or whatever it was for our next meeting is out of hand, and if I understand that a barrister costs $165 an hour.
Barrister?
That I would rather have a cap on up to this point, and then allow them to reach that cap, and then make some sort of a report to us where they're at. So, I would think 10 hours would work, but if you wanted to go out to, a $2,000 cap, I would support a cap at best.
Is that a motion?
That's a friendly amendment.
Is that an amendment?
That's an amendment. I don't want to be the author of this one. So.
All right.
That's not where Mark was headed.
Representative McConkey is requesting the amendment to the motion to add a cap of $2,000.
Second.
With
Butler seconded?
Yes.
Is this still Mr. Butler's motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But we're amending it
Okay.
for a cap
Yes.
of 2,000, and then the commissioners will let us know what the progress is on it.
Good.
Okay, Representative Kenney,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Kenney.
Okay, just a couple comments. About Primex, there is another lawsuit there in court. And
I'm sorry, what?
there is another lawsuit in
Oh, another,
court.
okay.
And about Primex, they did send attorneys for us to represent us.
We are also individual suit, and it's my understanding if you are individual suit that you have your own representation. Each commissioner has their own attorney. That is what Primex did. And even the former commissioner Solomon, she has an attorney too. And another thing what I want to bring forward is you were talking about the cheat sheets. Melissa Siemens brought the cheat sheets for us, sample how we can move forward with that. And most of the non-public minutes from 2009, 11, and 12 are already on seal, and some of 2013.
Good. Good. And again, I appreciate Ms. Siemens bringing in the information, but it's really information that needs to be produced in-house and followed appropriately. And I do thank her, she's not here, but I thank her for making that happen. Okay, are we all finished discussing? All right, can I have a vote on the amendment of a cap of $2,000?
Do you want that as a roll call?
No, we'll do the roll call on the whole thing. Okay. All those in favor of the $2,000 cap, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 1. Okay. Are we ready for the question on the motion to agree to support the payment for the one lawyer for the commissioners?
Could we have a read back?
Pardon?
Could we have a read back of that motion?
Oh, sure.
From,
I'm sure you could.
Ms. Hamilton, can you?
Maybe. Okay, hang on now. Gotta find the original motion. Okay, Representative Butler moved that the delegation support the cost of a lawyer to defend the commissioners in the 91A lawsuit. Reports of cost to come to the chair at least every couple of weeks, and amended to include a cap of $2,000.
Thank you. Since we're doing the cap, can we get rid of the every 2 weeks?
Okay.
Anyone disagree with that?
I think that the personal liability was not mentioned in the motion. I think that was for the purpose of personal liability.
Oh, all right, okay.
Good.
So we're going to add personal liability?
Personal liability.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
And for costs from this date going forward?
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see if we can get this amended motion straight so that we're all, I mean, I think we all understood the context of what we were
Right.
thinking about, but perhaps the wording wasn't as good as it should be.
So try again, please.
Move that the delegation support the cost of a lawyer to defend the commissioners on personal liability in the 91A lawsuit from this date going forward, cost not to exceed $2,000.
So far, so good.
Representative Nelson.
Yeah, question, is that, I'm assuming it's $2,000 collectively, because there was a discussion earlier if they had their own attorney.
We have one lawyer.
For that one attorney?
Yeah. One lawyer for the 3 that we will pay for. Representative Babson.
Might be
I'm sorry.
downgraded.
Well, that's your perspective.
I
think I take umbrage to that comment.
Certainly a reduction.
Madam Chairman, could I just toss out perhaps that we make it individually personal liability? It speaks of as a group. Personal liability could be all 3 of us, where we're talking about individually personal liable.
That's not what we're talking about.
No, I don't think so.
If you're not talking about covering us personally, what are you talking about? We already have a county lawyer.
Ms. Hamilton, would you,
Yeah, excuse me, but what, yes, you have a county lawyer, but what you don't have is a lawyer for the suit individually against each one of you.
Right.
And that's the part that we're trying to,
I'm just trying to get in that it's the personal liability portion of it, not whether you're covering
No, I know.
all three of us as separated from the county.
I think it's there.
To defend the commissioners in the personal liability in the 91A lawsuit.
Okay,
One attorney for all three.
right.
Before you have,
no, I am not going to recognize him because he is party to the lawsuit, okay? As a matter of fact, he is the one that brought the lawsuit, as I'm sure you saw when you read this. So, I cannot recognize someone who brought the lawsuit in our discussion.
Madam Chair, will you allow discussion of PI before we vote?
Listen, we can discuss this until the
No, I
nursing
just-
home
I just-
closes for lunch.
I believe we're comfortable with where the motion is at this point.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And sometimes in Concord, we all know, sometimes an amendment will be passed, which will make bad law better. But it doesn't mean you necessarily have to vote for it. I won't be voting for the motion.
That's fine. Anyone else? Representative Butler?
If the motion can be clarified to have been seconded by Representative Schmitt?
Yes.
The original motion?
Yeah, let me share that, I think. Yes, seconded by Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
As clarified and read by Ms. Hamilton, how say you? Since we're doing barrister, Representative Ahlgren.
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I also am in favor. Representative Chandler's not here. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative Lavender.
Yes.
Representative McConkey.
No.
Representative Merrow is not here. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Schmitt.
Yes.
Representative Ticehurst.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Wright.
No.
And Representative Umberger.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to 2. The motion passes.
Okay.
Anything left?
Regarding to the suit?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was some discussion, I can't remember if it was in the suit or earlier today, about record retention and possible destruction. And I just wanted to get assurances that there is no destruction of records taking place.
There was an injunction that was filed and approved, an injunction that was filed by Mr. Comeau. Comeau. That was, that the judge agreed to. And so until such time as this suit is settled, there will be no destruction of records. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure how that whole discussion came about, that there might be destruction of records, but there won't be, okay?
Thank you.
Which is always an interesting thing. Okay, if I could have a motion to go into convention, I would appreciate it.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. Representative McConkey moved and Representative Schmitt seconded. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, we have 3 motions to do here in convention. The first one being the minutes.
Move acceptance of December 16th minutes.
Do I have a second? Representative Wright seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And I forgot what the other motion was.
actually, of this
I
motion.
have the contract
Oh,
proposal
yes.
by me.
Thank you. Second motion is the contract approval for Matrix with everything that went with it.
So moved.
Okay, Mark moves, Representative Cordelli supports. It's an amendment. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, the vote is
I think 11 to 1.
11 to 1.
She doesn't
Okay.
agree with it, she gets.
And the third motion is on the RSA 29A2 request. Could I have a,
I'll move the motion.
okay,
Second?
second by Representative Butler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Let's raise our hands because we did have several people that weren't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Don't we
8,
need an
9,
engineering
10.
firm to decide whether we want to go like that or whether we want to continue it like that?
Okay, could I have a motion to come out of convention?
Move to come out of convention.
Second by Representative Lavender. Okay, our final item on the agenda, and I'm sorry, Ed, that I have mispronounced your name, not to mention I've misspelled it 1,000 times as well.
It's Comeau.
It's Comeau.
Comeau.
So, are there any public comments? Yes.
Before you had made that decision, I just wanted to know, does everybody, do all the delegation members know that there were new provisions added to 91A? Which make it, if the commissioners, in this case, are guilty, they have to pay back the county. I just want to know, there's other provisions that were added this year, and I had wished you had brushed up on that before the vote. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes. I'm sorry, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you. First, I put it in the form of a right to know for the delegation, but basically what I'm looking for is a copy of the response that Superintendent Johnson wrote to the subcommittee. I believe Representative Schmitt referenced a response that he received. It was something about the minutes, and then he responded to the recommendation.
I think that's it here.
I have that, so I guess that one's all set.
Yeah.
Thank you. And a copy of, or an opportunity to look at the proposal given by Matrix and request copies of certain pages from that. I imagine I wouldn't need their background and their
No,
bio information.
that is, that's public record, and once it's here, so Representative Cordelli has a copy, I guess, that he can give to you?
All right, I'll just
Is
do
that correct? Okay.
All right. As you moved through the different subcommittee reports, I had a couple of questions, so I'm sorry if this sounds kind of scattered about, but.
Don't feel bad.
When there was discussion about the turnover rate at the jail, and there was going to be more follow-up and statistics and looking at the reasons for the turnover. And one of the questions I had is, of the 17 that left last year, how many left voluntarily? And how many just didn't turn out to be corrections officers? It just wasn't their gig and they were let go. I think that's a really important question to ask, because I think it might be split right down the middle,
Okay.
actually.
Representative Schmitt, as.
I don't have the answer to that. I have to ask Superintendent Johnson to.
Yeah, I think it's something that you can find out at your next subcommittee meeting and report back to us.
Superintendent Johnson, could I ask you to say? No, I'm not planning on having another subcommittee
Oh, you're
meeting.
not?
I
Oh,
think we're
okay.
pretty much done with that. But if you could email me that, I'll get it out to the delegation. Thank you.
Okay.
And
The delegate.
And also regarding the House of Corrections, there was discussion about corrections officers being a policy to reimburse if they complete the training and then they decide to go elsewhere. Is that something that can be written as a separate policy, or is that something that would have to take place in the union negotiations as part of the union contract?
I believe that that's a commissioner issue.
To make that policy.
To make that policy.
Okay. Just as they're moving towards
That's their.
completing their negotiations for the union
That's-
contract, if it's something that should be in there, then
Yeah, but that's a commissioner responsibility.
I told you it was all over.
That's okay.
But lastly, this one relates to the delegation. You have the various subcommittees, and then you have your delegation meetings, and they all require minutes, of course, and those should be publicly available within 144 hours after your meeting. And so I'm wondering, are those sent to the office downstairs, or where are they publicly available within the 144 hours?
Well, first of all, I agree that they're supposed to be available, okay? However, and this is not an excuse, it's just the way things are, that as the fact that we are taking our minutes and our, I think everyone is providing them to the front office, okay? I know mine are, I know yours are, the sheriff and so on. Okay, and so we may not get them there as quickly as possible, as we should, but we are at least getting them there. And that, yeah, enough said. So, yes.
Given the discussion that you've had today about that elected officials aren't covered, their liability isn't covered under the right to know law, that's a lot of $2,000 if you're
we try.
Just saying.
And,
I understand, and perhaps the commissioners have as well, but, you know, there's really a bright light on the right to know law here at the complex right now, so. But further on that, if it's possible for the chair or someone on the delegation to work with the office staff to try to get more consistent with putting things on the web, because a lot of constituents, you know, people are, that's where they go, and they're not there. So.
That's a commissioner's
issue. Is that a
issue.
commissioner's thing as well?
We can put it up before the IT committee.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ahlgren.
I guess it's kind of a question and a comment, but the subcommittees is a work session. I don't know if it really qualifies as a meeting under 91A, and I think we should look into that from our perspective, because we're not the entire legislative body meeting, so therefore there's not a quorum when we're at that. You know, they should be publicly noticed, I agree with that, but I don't know as if that falls underneath that guise of requirement of meetings within the 144 hours. That's what I'm trying to say. We do minutes and we turn them in, but I'm not necessarily sure that that comes under the same laws as our delegation meetings, which are a public meeting, in which we are the legislative body that does perform action.
Yeah, just a minute.
Just trying to help you, ma'am.
I know. Lynette, would you have any comment on that?
Not this time. We'll research that though, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's curious, I'm just not sure if
Thank you.
it can be extended to that
And
level.
perhaps you can send us an email to let us know what the thing is. But, I mean, I do think we try very hard to get that information out. We're not hiding anything, and we certainly are, you know, the subcommittee meetings are open.
Sometimes.
Some are, I guess, some aren't, but, yes, Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This might clarify. I ran into this situation on the advisory council, providing minutes. So the question came up to DHHS, and their response was, we only have to get them to somebody who's requested them from us. And if you look at 91A 4, colon 4, Roman 4, each public body or agency shall, upon request from any governmental record reasonably described, make available for inspection and copying any, it's hard to follow, this text is small, records that are immediately available for such release. If a public body or agency is unable to make the governmental records available for immediate inspection and copying, it shall, within 5 business days of request, make such records available.
But that's actually in, that's if someone has a request in.
Right. So you got 5 days
No,
when
you
somebody
don't have
puts a request
5
in.
days, yeah, you have, but that, yeah.
That's what-
But that's the
Right.
different side, it's not the preparation of the minutes, okay?
No, I,
Posting.
Yeah, yeah. Representative Ticehurst?
Oh, this issue of whether the subcommittee counts has come up in my life before, and then I was told that the subcommittee becomes the full body.
yeah.
And so you have to have the same quorums and you have to have the same minutes. But I know that people will definitely check that.
I'm not, you know,
Yeah, I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just.
all that I'm saying is that I don't think our budget covers having Michelle attend every one of our subcommittee meetings to
Well, I'd like to do it within 48 hours, because that's the limit of my memory.
Oh.
Representative Schmidt's very good at that.
Yes.
She is.
Just quickly, that just illustrates the difficulty, as someone who cut her political teeth on the right to know law, I still find it very, very difficult. It's not quite as simple as it seems, even with the best of intentions.
Right. And I think no one would disagree with that. Ann, you have...
Just out of respect, I'm keeping with the same subject. I don't know that subcommittees necessarily vote during these work sessions. I don't recall that there was a vote when we had ours, Representative McConkey.
There are times that we do, we chose not to this time.
Okay, but I'm just saying, it doesn't always require a vote.
Yeah. Melissa, I thank you for extending our meeting an extra 10 minutes. But I do think it's important that we all try, as, you know, our level best to follow the minute taking requirements and make sure that we get them there. So, seeing no further public comments, I would take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Second?
Yes.
Yeah, we're out of here. Oh. Howie.
Is it 1:30 then?
What time does the...